The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feel so unreal. YouTube madness, like, share, subscribe. Chat's on fire, burning the world fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King the Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, head goes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light. Jumping up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene blast feels so unreal. YouTube madness, like, share, subscribe. Chat's on fire, burning the world fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King the Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, head goes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
What up, YouTube? It's Dolly and the lovely PJ back in the house again tonight. All right, and tonight we are talking Karen Reed update. Okay, y'all remember that lady? She's the one that allegedly backed over her boyfriend in her Lexus SUV at 24 miles an hour in reverse. Sebastian Rders for sale. Now, you think sometimes you think you've seen it all on the internet, and then you realize, hey, I ain't seen shit. There's some crazy people out here. Also, we are talking the Delphi murders and Richard Allen's confession tonight. And plus, we will have the phone lines up for your call-ins. But first, of course, you need to leave your DNA. Where, PJ?
On the like button.
On the damn like button, people. You need to leave your DNA on the like button just in case somebody backs over your ass at 24 miles an hour. And we got to do some forensic testing to see if a dog bit you or not. Okay? We're going to need your DNA on file. If you're brand new, sub up, ring the bell for notifications. Feel free to share my ugly face anywhere. Okay? And PJ's beautiful face, of course. Okay? You can share her beautiful face too. So, what do you want to jump into first? Do you want to go right into the Karen Reed stuff?
I want to start with Karen Reed, but I want to start with that article.
Article of what?
Where she does Vanity Fair, and she made a statement about how she would have praised the acquittal of O.J. Simpson.
She would have praised the acquittal of O.J. Simpson. Okay, now we know O.J. what he did. There's nobody on this planet that thinks OJ is innocent. Does anybody in this chat room?
She doesn't either. In her statement,
she
basically says, "I'm not saying he's innocent, but these police have to pay the price for their shoddy investigations." Basically.
So, do you want me to pull that?
I can read it on my thing. It's easier. I can't see far away better.
Okay. Well, pull up the article from Vanity Fair and let's let everybody hear what Karen Reed had to say about her support for O.J. Simpson, the man that basically killed his wife. And, you know, what was it? Ron Goldman, he cut his head almost completely off his shoulders and, you know, blamed it on racist police officers.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we found out later on that the police wasn't corrupt. It just wasn't the best investigation.
All right. And I mean, I can give him that with some of the stuff in Karen's case, but I believe they're going to have all the pieces now. So this is a Vanity Fair piece. It states, given her experience as a murder defendant, squaring off against a biased detective, Reed now looks back at O.J. Simpson's 1995 acquittal differently. And this is quoted as her talking. I felt so strongly about the prosecution and his guilt and the fact that he spent all of his money on this dream team of lawyers. They all look like snakes, oil salesmen to me.
Like her lawyers.
Right. It's like ironic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Reed said, her thinking now, however, has changed a bit. I'm not saying I believe OJ was innocent, but I believe that it was not a completely above board investigation. What does that even mean?
Above. I guess she's still saying the police were crooked in the OJ Simpson trial, which we know they won't.
So I believe that it was not a completely above. It's just a sentence. It's just so there's too many run-on words. Like, it's weird. I believe that it was not a completely above board investigation. Now that I'm smarter.
Oh, Lord.
Don't hurt your brain cells there, Karen. I would have cheered at that acquittal. You have to hold cops accountable. I
hope damn Ron Goldman and OJ's wife's family sue her ass. Remember how they sued OJ? And even in this, she's going to have the wrongful death lawsuit. Free Karen Reed. And they got a picture of OJ holding a Free Karen Reed sign. Okay. So, I mean, OJ wrote the book, I Did It, and he didn't want to put that book out because the money would have went straight to the Goldman's family. Right. He didn't want to pay them. He wanted to kill them and then not pay the lawsuit. And he was trying to avoid that. OJ was a piece of shit. Right. For anybody to get out here and defend OJ Simpson after the crimes he committed and the lies that he spread about racism and things like that, or how he was a black man and the white man was trying to, is a shame for anybody to get out here and say they would praise his acquittal. Right. He basically got away with murder. Just like she's trying to do. Right. Okay. Just like she's absolutely trying to do.
That's what's ironic. And what's so funny to me is that the way that read to me is that she's comparing herself
to OJ. Yeah.
Which we all know he's guilty. We all know he was.
Was it a bad investigation in OJ's part? Yes. They could have done better. Right. In Karen Reed's case, was it a bad investigation? They could have done better, right? But does that mean you're innocent? No, it doesn't mean you're innocent. Now, in the beginning of this, when this first started with the Karen Reed stuff, remember I said, look, I think Karen Reed's guilty, but I don't think they have enough against her to prosecutor. I don't think they have enough, right? And I always thought that with Karen Reed's money, she was going to get off, okay? And then something about, all her supporters being such horrible people kind of turned my taste even more sour against Karen Reed. And I wanted to see her convicted, not because there was a ton of evidence, but because her people were so bad in what they were doing. I just wanted karma to get her ass, right? Yeah. So in the beginning, I was thinking, okay, well, they don't have enough on Karen Reed to convict her because there's no way to prove.
She's giving them the more that she talks.
The more she talks, she is giving them more information. But I truly believed, I was like, look, money will buy your freedom in this world. I'm glad she said something about OJ because OJ is a person that taught us right there that our criminal justice system needs to be fixed and money can buy your freedom. Okay. And even if you get sentenced and go to prison, money can still buy your freedom. Kodak Black paid $3 million to the Trump campaign and he was pardoned. Okay. And Trump can't even say his name. Okay. Don't even know who he is, but the money talks and bullshit walks in this world we live in. And if there's not 100% solid proof and you're rich, you're not going to get convicted. It's not going to happen. These high powered lawyers, they went to better colleges than the judges that are overseeing the case.
Well, that's because the lawyers actually do become judges.
Yes.
And the smarter ones don't tend to go.
We're talking Harvard lawyers and things like this, and people that have worked these super high profile cases to keep some of the worst people in the world out of trouble. Now, the second trial, we got to remember, this is a brand new trial. This is not the same trial. People act like it continues where they left off, and it doesn't. It starts completely over with a different prosecutor that has a different swag than the last prosecutor. Last prosecutor would bore you into a coma. He was horribly, terribly sucked.
The way he talked, oh my God, what if anything, is there any way that you may not or may have, like, he just
he couldn't put a sentence together.
Right.
He could not put a sentence together. You couldn't follow him if you paid if you stared at him, right?
Together. He didn't put the story in sequence. Like, it was literally the whole
His
entire
opening
trial.
statement was so bad that I was like, what the hell? What did he even say? Right? What did he even say? Now we got Hank. Okay, which we know he was the defense attorney for Whitey Bulger. Okay, he's special prosecutor against Karen Reed, and even in these motions before the court hearing, he has been crushing.
He's got the fire underneath there.
Yeah, he has been crushing this conspiracy
as it comes.
Just knocking it out the park.
Like he's literally knocking out everything
boom, 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 boom. And it's one man versus a team of high-powered.
She's got 7 attorneys now.
Defense attorneys, right? One man
that she's not paying.
That allegedly.
She said it out of her mouth. She's not paying them.
I know, but here's the thing: is she's taking all these monies from these grannies and these retirees and people that are living on fixed incomes.
You missed
that one slow attorney from my cousin Vinnie. Yeah, it's horrible.
One before that says, did Bill Cosby spike one of her drinks too?
I mean, I don't know, but yeah, the last prosecutor was terrible. Hank, he's well spoken. Okay,
he's quick. He picks up on what they're trying to
he's
insinuate,
quick,
and
he's
he
firm,
gets in front of it.
And he's well spoken, and that's a big difference going to be to the jury when somebody's communicating with you, and like I said, he's done such a good job of shooting down this conspiracy. They're dog bite expert, and
they have a counter for everything.
They had time because look, the first trial, you know what the defense has. You get to see their
and do it right.
Yeah, you get to see their whole hand. Okay,
and the defense can't come back in and just do everything identical because clearly that didn't work all the way.
Well, I think that's what they're going to try to do.
I do too.
Is try to keep it really similar to what they did the first time, but it's not going to work that way for them. What they did the first time was they were able to get away with it because what's the prosecutor Lally? He was a brick. He wasn't quick with it. He wasn't firm and demanding like Hank is.
I want Tree to call in. Tree seems to be a stout Karen supporter.
Okay, well that's great. Listen, here's the thing, guys.
You can stand Hank's voice, LOL.
Here's the thing. We don't care if you believe Karen Reed is innocent here.
I like a good debate.
We're a discussion channel. Okay. So if you believe she's innocent, then you're more than welcome when we open up the phone lines to call in and discuss her innocence with us. We're just here to voice our opinion, and we give you room to voice your opinions. I believe it's a different trial. I
felt bad for the dog expert this time around.
Yes, the dog expert lady.
Her face was getting red. Like I totally felt like your viewers do whenever your face gets red. I was at work, just kind of like looking down every now and then because I just listen usually, and I looked down and seen her face was as red as that Coke can, and I'm like, dear Lord, her blood pressure.
Well, he made her look stupid for a doctor. Usually doctors are pretty intelligent people, right? You would think, you're a doctor. You've been to college for 8 years. I'm sure she's intelligent, but he made her look stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, he made her purity look stupid. And I was thinking, if I was the defense team right now, I would be trying to get me a better dog expert, right? A better person.
I don't think they have one. They tried to get that FBI guy and it was denied.
Now they got Chloe's dog bite impressions.
These people don't want to believe anything. That's the part that drives me nuts. They're like, oh, was that really Chloe? Like, they just randomly went and found another random ass dog. Like, what?
Yeah, I mean,
everything can't be a conspiracy.
Yeah, like they're so convinced of a conspiracy that no matter what you say, they twist it.
And I'm a conspiracy theorist.
I seen a post today in one of the Karen Reed groups, and somebody just wrote, why wasn't there no dog hair on John O'Keefe? Why wasn't there no dog DNA on John O'Keefe? Okay. And not only that is John O'Keefe went in the house but his phone didn't. Okay, his phone never made it in the house.
And then it was under him when they.
And then when they found his body, his phone was under him. Now make that make sense. Okay, his phone didn't go in the house, but he did, and they carried him out through the basement. Right?
They countered that with the fact that
I heard Vinnie. Listen, Vinnie is one of the OGs to me. Him and Nancy.
I unsub Vinnie.
Right?
That series.
Vinnie is one of the OGs to me. But I heard Vinnie Politan say, he goes, well, they carried him out the basement door and it would have led right to where he was at. Well, listen, you could have carried him out the neighbor's door and it would have led right where he's at. You know, you could have carried him down from down the street.
You could have walked him down the
street. Yeah, and laid him there. It would have led to the same location. Right? Like, that is just the weirdest thing in the world to say. But he started his show with saying, you know, he misspoke. And he said that that Karen Reed was
no, they said John O'Keefe's boyfriend
Karen Reed killed him. Right? He said
how did they mess that up? What happened
I don't
to his
know,
writers?
But when I heard it, I was like, they didn't catch that on court TV.
How did you? If I would have said that out loud, I would have instantly been like, "Wait, no, wait, hold on."
Yeah. John O'Keefe's boyfriend, Karen Reed, killed him. Right? That's what he said, and
that was thinking, what he's saying. The Commonwealth was alleging,
but we all know it's his girlfriend, not boyfriend. But somebody in here earlier said that Karen Reed had an Adam's apple, so maybe there's something we don't know.
Man,
it looked like a man. Okay,
I said man.
So I don't know. That's just what they said. It's just something I caught in the interview with Vinnie that they said John O'Keefe's boyfriend Karen Reed killed him. I was like, what? Oh my God. So I mean, there's a lot of things that just don't add up. You know, was it the best investigation? No, because look, they were putting blood in solo cups, but that didn't matter anyway. It was John's blood, right?
The turnaround time for the state police to get there would have been way too late for them to get him off and go, because they wanted to try and save his life. And so they did the best that they could with what they had.
Yeah. I mean, so they,
the best.
They put him on a gurney and they rushed him to the hospital. So you got to remember that it's not your typical crime scene happening in a blizzard.
And it's a smaller area. It's not like it's Boston.
Yeah. And it's
not populated. So they have smaller police.
That's right. That's a smaller police presence.
The feds investigated and didn't find anything.
Now that the federal government has closed their investigation into this and none of these police officers have went to jail.
Yeah. Well, Proctor did get disciplined.
Well, he got
I think
fired.
Buchanan did too.
So, I mean, they were saying inappropriate things. And let's be honest, we've heard our president of the United States say grab him by the... Okay?
Well, the last one did too. He said some wonky
So,
stuff.
Men, as men, and I'm a guy, we say some inappropriate shit sometimes,
Typically,
right?
You're not expecting your personal cell phone to be discovered.
Yeah, and like, dudes say stuff, weird things, like...
Locker room talk.
Like, we were watching something the other night and I was like, are they going to show her boobs? And I was just saying it to PJ, kidding. But it was just, a dude statement. A guy, something a guy would say because, we want to see some titties, right? And so it's like one of those things. And I think that was the same thing as far as the Karen Reed situation. He's looking through his phone.
He went a little bit over the top with it.
But I mean, yes,
like,
it was that
he said he wished she would off herself. Like he
definitely didn't like her.
But
okay. But does that mean he framed her?
He was in charge of looking through her phone. Who's to say he didn't see something there to implicate her right away? Like, he wasn't close to John O'Keefe like that. So he had no reason to really just come to the scene and decide, hey, I hate this bitch. Like, that doesn't make sense. To me, I feel like he had to have seen, or I don't know though. So I'm just alleging. But let's say, what if he did? What if he developed his strong belief of her based on what he saw on her phone?
Maybe.
I mean, we don't know.
Maybe, or maybe he just didn't like her face.
He went really there with it.
It
was inappropriate. But it was his personal phone.
Some people just don't like my face, like,
that's true.
Fuck his face, right? I mean, for no reason, just other than they don't like it. I mean, there's a lot of reasons people could like you or dislike you. I do say they handled it unprofessionally.
For sure.
But that don't mean, just because you're unprofessional don't mean you're going to break the law and frame somebody for a murder they didn't commit. I mean, that's going a step farther than not liking you.
Yeah.
Okay, not liking you and talking shit about you is one thing, but trying to frame you for murder, to me, is a totally different thing, you know? And then we look at this, and this is hard for me to understand, and this goes out to you ladies that support John O'Keefe out there. I mean, not John O'Keefe, but Karen Reed. You know, if a man had done this, it would be a different standard. If the man was cheating on Karen, John was calling Karen's friend and trying to get a booty call, would it be the same? Right? Because basically that's what it is. Karen was cheating on this man, trying to cheat on him with his friend or acquaintance. I said acquaintance. Well, I guess that would be the better word. Not quite friend, but acquaintance of John's. And she didn't want the kid. She didn't want to be in a relationship, but she wouldn't let John go.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
On for dear life. And the kids testified that he was trying to
get rid of her. Yeah, he was trying to get rid of her, but she wanted she wanted her cake and she wanted to eat it too. Right? She wanted this certain type of man, and John didn't fit that because he was too good of a guy.
He was like a father.
He was a father. She didn't want a father. She didn't
wanted
want
to go out and drink every night.
Yeah, she wanted to go out and drink. She said that's the only reason she went there, because they usually go out and have drinks, and she didn't want to sit in the house.
Yeah.
In the blizzard.
Yeah.
So if she hadn't came out, John would have stayed home that night. He'd have probably stayed home with the kids and chilled.
You can't say that, because he
I
liked
think
to
he
go out
would've.
and party too. He
I mean,
already had made plans. He's the one that said, "Hey, I'm going here. Do you want to pick me up?" She was the bride.
Yeah, but would he be alive if she hadn't picked him up?
Yes, he would.
I would think so too. You know, and the whole, you know, him going in the house and these people beating him to death for no reason. They had no reason to kill John. They're saying, you know, a lot of these people are alleging because Colin Albert threw some beer cans in the yard.
And he was a kid. Do you really think that, like, he looks like a scrawny little wimpy kid? Yeah, he did some TikToks or something where he shit talks some random people on the internet. That don't mean he's gonna beat up a grown
man, right? A grown man that is a police
weird.
officer. And you got to remember, John went through the police academy. They train you in self-defense in the police academy.
Right.
Right? Why didn't John have bruised knuckles? Did he not get a punch in?
He didn't get a bruised knuckle. He didn't have a broken nose either.
So, and then if you look at the injuries of John O'Keefe, from his height to where the car struck him, the SUV would have hit him, the tail light would have hit him right in the arm where he has the marks on his arm. Okay? It's consistent with being struck by the vehicle. Also, the blow to the back of his head is also the same height as a spoiler on a Lexus SUV.
Yeah. What makes me, it's not funny, but it makes me giggle kind of, is the fact that these people are suddenly like medical examiners, doctors. Like, he's got black eyes, so of course he must have gotten punched in the face.
No, that is from the swelling of your brain.
Right. Hemorrhaging.
Yeah, hemorrhaging in your brain.
It's blood and the way they
and
sit.
It swells and it makes your eyes turn black.
Right.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's easily explainable. And then the coroner said that the injuries to his arm were surface wounds. They're like scratches. None of them would have even needed a stitch. None of them were puncture wounds.
Right, they were lacerations.
Yeah, so
abrasions is when it goes into the skin.
So the coroner said not one of those wounds on his arm.
So that could just be road rash.
Would have needed stitches. None of them. So there were not puncture wounds. Dogs, when they bite, they puncture and they rip and tear. You usually get bit by a dog, you're going to see deep holes that break past the skin layer. Okay. And in his situation, there wasn't. And we seen a lot, you know, we're going to hear a lot of this about these dog bites in this upcoming trial because, you know, they've molded Chloe's teeth. And listen, dog incisors don't move, just like your teeth don't move around in your mouth.
Right, they don't sit backwards either.
If you bite me here and then you bite me here, the canines are going to be the same. Okay, they ain't going to be one 2 inches apart and then the next one 1.5 inches apart. Your teeth don't move in your mouth.
They're not going to face all
my
different
teeth
directions.
don't. PJ's teeth don't. Damn Chloe's teeth don't. no teeth moves around in people's mouths, right? Your incisors don't get closer together, your canines. So they're definitely, to me, clearly are not dog bites. And we already know the highest long to die in the snow was shot down by Celebrate experts, that it was done at 6 in the morning, a little past 6, just like Jen McCabe said that Karen was freaking out, going, how long does it take to die? Search it. And in her panic, she goes to type it in and types it in wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Which makes sense, because if you were sitting around chilling at 2 o'clock in the morning, why would you type in something wrong? You wouldn't, because you're not panicking, right? But if you're freaking out and you're trying to type something real fast, you may type something into your search bar that is not accurate. And so a lot of the conspiracy in the beginning that went into the first trial has been debunked, like terribly debunked. And, you know, Karen Reed herself, her own words are going to be the death of Karen Reed, right? You cannot stop Karen Reed from being Karen Reed, right. Okay? I don't know.
Herself.
You would think with the really good high power attorneys that she has, they would tell her to shut the hell up. She's the only person I ever seen physically pay somebody to intimidate witnesses in a case this large. Yeah. Okay? Like, I think you do need somebody that's familiar with the mob to prosecute her, because what she's doing is some mob shit.
Like a freaking criminal organization.
Yeah, she's forming a criminal organization with inside her defense. Mm-hmm. And so somebody that's used to organized crime should be the one to prosecute Karen Reed, right? Because what they're doing is all kind of illegal, from her lawyers to her spokesperson, Turtle Boy, all the way down to people being paid to harass people, right? And like in the whole, you know, making millions of dollars and telling people to skip a meal and donate to the cause while you're living in a 5-star hotel.
Wearing a $10,000 outfit.
Wearing a
then she goes absolutely on TV and says that she's not paying her attorneys. They're doing all this for free for her. So where's the money going?
Where's the money going? Exactly. And we know better than that she is paying these attorneys. I believe she's paying these attorneys.
I mean, it's crazy.
It's basically they're using every tactic they can to intimidate, to spread misinformation, to harass, and to build this conspiracy that does not exist. There's no proof to any of this conspiracy. I think they should have shot out the whole third-party culprit thing in the trial, right?
Well, then it's going to be unfair to her, because she has to have a way to present her defense.
Yeah, but it should be based in factual information,
right.
not something I just created in my mind without any sort of proof.
Yeah.
Right? Any sort of proof that there's no motive. It present a motive of why they would want John O'Keefe dead.
Well, they're saying that Higgins wanted Karen so bad that he was going to take.
But she was the one chasing him. Right? She was the one chasing him.
I mean, he said some stuff that made it seem like he did really.
I mean, he may have been
interested.
Yeah, he may have been interested. If somebody's trying to throw the booty at you, you a man. Okay, a man is a man. You can only turn down booty so many times for you like, all right, I'll take that. You know what I'm saying?
Do tell us more.
I'm just saying that's man mentality. I mean, that's, you know, especially for a single man.
Yeah.
How much booty you gonna throw at a single man before he goes, all right, I'll catch that one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He just, some of his responses, it seemed like he wasn't just trying to catch booty. It was like he was interested.
I don't know. I didn't take it that way, because there was times he didn't reply back at all.
And there was times that she didn't. That's why this is why they have the defense they do, is because when she walked into the bar with John, he texted her like, hello.
Look, Brad said Dolly's 100% right? Like you only going to
give a dog a bone.
Yeah. You only going to hold a steak in front of somebody so many times before somebody goes, all right, I want that well done.
Okay. That's not even a big part of like the argument.
But here's the thing. He wasn't even in the ground yet. And she texts him, John's dead.
Yeah.
That is what, like, okay, now I'm single. Right? You ain't even letting that's how much you cared about that man right there, that you're going to text that man that he's dead and they ain't even put him in the ground yet, you ready to cheat on that man already. You ready to move on. And this is supposed to be a man you love. She can't even say she loved John O'Keefe. She can't even fake it.
She never did. She, even in the beginning when this all first happened, she never was like, oh my God, I loved him or anything like that.
It never like, shed a tear for John. Not one. Not one. And, she knew where the body was at in a blizzard. She seen him before anybody could. And she said one of the most damaging things. She said that she pulled a piece of glass out of his face and it was squirting blood. Okay?
Either she lied or that is meaning that he was alive.
That she's been there twice. She went there before she went and got everybody. She knew he was hurt laying there and she left him there.
I was just thinking about it. The whole Vinnie part where he says the whole part about how he was carried out the back door and it leads straight to the place where he was found or whatever. Well, according to their side, it was hardly snowing.
Yeah.
So why was there not a blood trail?
Well, when it's hardly snowing, why would you need snow plows? Why was it blizzard conditions?
I mean, I know.
Listen, we see the video of Karen running around when the police were there from the dash cam, but you see the snow, how hard it's snowing.
You can barely see in front of you.
Now, that's great for people on the internet that never been to this area, okay? But I had, and remember last time I left early is because of a blizzard. A blizzard was there. Okay, like when I was there, when I say, listen, I'm from Virginia.
That was for Adam's case.
We look at a little bit of snow. No, it's the second time I went.
And
then it started snowing real bad. And I remember I flew out in a fucking blizzard, right?
Yeah, I thought that was it because they canceled court that day.
No, the first time I went there, but I didn't leave early because I stayed for the Adam Montgomery case. The second time I went, it was when it snowed really bad, and I ended up leaving like a day early or 2 days early because I changed my flight and paid an extra $100-some because it was blizzarding so bad that I didn't want to drive around. And I mean, listen.
Yeah, because you're not used to blizzard conditions.
Yeah, I'm not used to blizzard conditions, right? Here in Virginia, we get snow. We had a pretty big snow last time, but usually it don't snow like that here.
It was like 12 inches
when it snows there, it's like some shit out of fucking Antarctica. Okay. I mean, it snows. Like, if you are from the South and you ain't used to a whole lot of snow, you might not realize the amount of snow that can fucking fall and how fast it can fall.
Well,
but
if you watch that dash cam, you can barely see. Like, it's crazy snowing.
I was in damn Denham. It was snowing so hard, I couldn't damn see my hand in front of my face. Right. And of course that it ain't a big deal there.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't stop. They don't like it ain't shit. That snow here in Virginia shut the whole state down.
We wouldn't have school.
Right. Yeah. It shuts the whole state down. There, it don't even phase these people. Yeah. They'll drive around in fucking 2 foot of snow like it ain't nothing, blowing the horn at you. Like, why are you driving slow and shit?
On the ambulance and they had a bad storm here. The ambulance was getting stuck.
Look, the people blowing past me at like 90 miles an hour and fucking 2 foot of snow. Right. I'm like riding like this and shit. I don't think people, see, Ohio here, I know. So some people know about these big, heavy snows. So these people that are like, oh, it was barely snowing. Shit. Have you ever been there? You ever? It always comes from somebody that ain't never been to the place, too, right? They ain't never seen it, ain't never seen that. It snows. I'm fucking talking snow. I'm talking about build a fucking igloo snow. Right? It's big. It's the snowflakes as big as your damn head falling out the sky. So I even left, right? And then the plane, we had to delay the plane because of snow and they cleaning off the damn plane and all kinds of stuff, right? So I'm like, I just want to make it home before I die, okay?
You're so dramatic.
I'm just saying that's what it was. I knew it was bad. I was like, okay, let me get on a plane and get the hell up out of here before it gets any worse.
Yeah.
And it didn't get that much worse. But the fact was, I didn't know, right? I didn't know. I just, in a matter of fucking 1 hour, I walked outside and there's a fucking 2 foot of snow on the ground and it didn't look like it was going to stop snowing. I was like, I'm going to get trapped here.
Yeah.
And that was my thinking is I'm going to be trapped here. I'm going to be here longer than I had anticipated. And you know, when I travel, I'm on a budget, right? This is going to break my budget if I get snowed in and, you know, I got to pay $1,000 for a hotel room. That money I don't got. So everybody, when you hear these people talk about it, they're like, oh, it was barely snowing. Then why do they need snow plows, right? If it's barely snowing. they use everything in their benefit, but they won't accept things that go against what they're saying.
Right.
And that's when it's like you can't have a reasonable conversation.
What I was saying when I said that if they are claiming that it didn't snow hardly, there should have been a trail from the doorway to where he was if he was bloodied and beat up.
See, Big Bird said airports don't shut down more than a day up here. Yeah, like I'm saying, like they're prepared for that type of weather there.
Yeah.
We're not prepared for it here. And that's what I'm saying. When I got there, I wasn't used to it snowing like that. It's because that is stuff that shuts everything down here. That snow when I was there didn't shut nothing down there. I mean, people were, like I said, were blowing past. I'm just trying to get the damn car back to the rental place, and people are just acting like it ain't no snow on the ground, right? I mean, their cars must come with snow chains. I don't know, but we're going to see, right? This court case is different, and they got a different prosecutor. A lot of the things that went down in the first case are not going to happen, right? They're not going to be able to get up there and blame Colin, right?
So that was denied.
That was denied.
Blame the Bryans, though.
Yeah, they can blame them, but they don't have any.
They were shadow boxing.
Playing grab ass, right? Playing grab ass in bar. They were preparing for combat.
Sparring for battle.
Yeah, they were warming up, right? It was a warm up at the bar with dudes playing grab ass. I mean, it's okay
I can't believe they went there.
It's okay when Baby Gap and Turtle Boy out there playing grab ass. Are they preparing to kill somebody?
Playing hump ass. They were
playing hump ass.
Their grab ass was a little bit different. It was on video. Did you not see the video? I'm just saying what I saw.
Oh my God. Razzle dazzle. Okay, razzle dazzle. I think Baby Gap was about to razzle dazzle Turtle Boy from the back.
From the back, it looked like it. I'm just saying what I saw.
That was okay. Maybe that wasn't quite ass grab, playing ass grab. That was more a little bit of bump and grind. Okay,
that ain't definitely some bump and grind.
With a little bit of bump and grind.
It wasn't the same grab ass.
When I had him up here, I asked him about that. He tried to avoid that. I was like, "What are you talking about? What pizza shop?"
That's how he answered all the questions. Yeah, anytime it was something that was actually where he would have to answer it, he was like, "What? What's your name again?"
He was drunk. He was pretty drunk. So I give him a little bit.
He still would have gaslit you sober. I'm sorry.
Well, he was trying. He was trying to be like, answer what's convenient for him or whatever goes with their narrative. And that's how a lot of the Karen Reed supporters do. Like, listen, I'll sit here and discuss it with you, but I'm not going to fight with you about it, right? Like,
because at a certain point you agree to disagree.
Yeah, we just agree to change my mind. Disagree. Unless you bring something forth that may make me change my mind.
Yeah, but
listen, I can change my mind, and it could be one thing, that could come out tomorrow that could make me go, well, damn, this woman's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
All this time I thought she was guilty and she's innocent. You're allowed as a person to change your mind. There's people that think she's innocent tomorrow that might think, well, shit.
There's a lot of people that think she's guilty now after that show that she did and said the words she said.
Yes, because she contradicts herself. She said she never said anything about hitting John, and then clearly in that documentary she sits there and says, could I hit him in my drunken stupor? You heard Baby Gap defending that she wasn't drinking, but she went up on that documentary and said
clearly I was drinking. Yeah,
she had 6 drinks and they were doubles. Okay, that she was taking shots and pouring it into her drink, she said. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know who in here can drink 6 doubles and get behind the wheel. And she didn't even remember dropping him off at the house in the beginning. She didn't remember going to the house. She didn't remember any of that. She was blacked out drunk.
I think she did that on purpose. I think she did that part on purpose. But hey,
I don't know.
Her blood alcohol level even the next day was high.
And they won't even, when you discuss this with Karen Reed supporters, they won't even admit that she was drinking and driving. They like to use, well, they were all drinking and driving. But here's the thing. They didn't all run over John O'Keefe.
Right.
Just her.
That's
okay. And you don't know who was driving what.
Right. Somebody could have walked home for all you know.
Yeah. All we know is Karen Reed was driving that SUV that night. Now,
John in it, yeah.
if they were driving and they were over the limit, should they be in jail? Absolutely. Right?
They
Just
got
because
caught.
if they got caught and just because they're police don't mean they're above the law.
Exactly.
But it's just like anybody else that drinks and drives. There's people that drink and drive every day that don't go to
They
jail.
get away with it,
That get away with it. Well, what they did was they got away with it if they did drive. We don't know if they had a D&D or not.
Yeah.
Right? We don't know who drank what and who drove what. Okay? We know that Karen Reed was driving that vehicle, that Lexus SUV, with John O'Keefe as a passenger, and she had 6 doubles.
And then, she gets out of this freaking area, drives off, whatever. And instead of coming back to find him and saying, let me in your house. He went in there. He got to be in there.
She never goes.
Like, she never demanded to talk to the house owners herself.
Yeah.
She wants to throw her defense out as being like, oh, well, they didn't go look in the house. Bitch, you didn't even mention the house.
You didn't go knock on the door.
Instead of saying, hey, he went inside. I don't know why he's out here. You're like, what if I hate him? How could you have hit him? You said he walked in the house and you drove away.
Why wait to call Jen? Why didn't you call Jen when she was at the house? That would have been,
She didn't have Jen's phone number. She had to wake up John's niece, who's already lost both mother and father, to tell his niece that she might have left John somewhere where he may possibly not be okay. Like, I mean, I can't even imagine.
Chicken Pot Pie says, I can't believe the bar didn't shut her down and quit serving her.
Well, the bar's getting sued.
Yeah, the bar's going to get sued.
For that.
There is a level where you cut people off, but then again,
they knew there were cops, and this is the thing that I do believe there's corruption. Some places with some.
Well, I mean, the bar serving cops because they're cops. I mean, they didn't cut her off because they didn't. Maybe some people have tolerance. They can walk right up to the bar and be like, "Yo, let me get a drink," right? And other people can't. But then it's still the same level. Your blood alcohol, just because you can maintain, don't mean you're not intoxicated.
Yeah.
Okay. I've walked everywhere to my location that I passed out at. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I've been in bars where people will cut you off, right? The bartenders.
See, Big Bird said it's a small town bar. You'll find that everywhere up here.
I've been to the bar. I've been to the bar. I've been to both of them. The Watering Hole. And I also went to Fairview while I was there. I made it a point to go to the bars because I wanted to see how far the bar was from where they went. I always go to the scenes of the crimes. Even when I was there with you, Big Bird, I went to all the locations to, what was the drug dealer's name? Tone Capone. I went to Tone Capone's when I was up there in New Hampshire. So I always go to the scenes of the crimes of where everybody goes.
She shouldn't be drinking if she has all these medical issues too. We don't know what medical issues she actually has. Yeah. It turns out that her brain tumor she alleged to have is not, in fact, a brain tumor. I don't believe she may not have MS like she claims. That's Jennifer McCabe has MS, so I don't know if she's one of those people that she just copies you or something.
And remember, I went by where Adam lived with Harmony, and the homeowner came out and
asked if you was Dolly. I remember.
Came out and said, "Are you Dolly?" Right, and that was where Adam Montgomery lived after he moved out. The new homeowner,
Crohn's also, yeah.
And I thought she was coming up because I was filming the house, and she came up. She said, "Are you Dolly?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, she explained to me why she put the sign up. She actually gave me a hug and said, keep doing the good work that you do. And so I went to all the different locations when I was up there. And then when I left there, I went to Denham, right? And then I left New Hampshire, and the first time I went by Fairview, and that's the day I went to the bars, right? I didn't go in there drinking, right? Because, I didn't want to back over nobody at 24 miles an hour, because that's what would be happening if I was up there drinking, right? I'm a lightweight. I'll tell you right off the bat, 3 drinks, I'm sleeping in a bush somewhere, okay? Like, last time me and PJ went out to dinner on Valentine's, I had 2 little girly drinks. And I told PJ, I said, I can't even taste alcohol in this.
And then you were done.
Yeah, until I stood up. And then I was like, all right, I feel that. I feel that pretty good, right? I was feeling pretty good when I got up, and that's after eating a meal with it. Okay. So, 3 drinks, I'm done. I'm a lightweight. Okay.
Yeah, she supposedly had a colostomy bag, but drinks like a fish every time we see her out.
Yeah, you know, the whole Crohn's disease, brain tumor, MS.
It's all related to alcoholism, if she does have that.
It's all an excuse. It's all, let me make an excuse for what I did. And I just feel like there's signs that she's guilty. Are they going to be able to prove she's guilty? That's where I think the hard part comes in. You know, this is where I get, you know, why some of the Karen Reed supporters are the way they are. I do think it's a hard road to prove it, right?
They're going to prove it.
But just because you can't prove it, don't mean you didn't do it, right? That don't mean you didn't do it. It just means they can't prove you did it. Just like OJ. That's why I'm saying it's weird she compared herself to OJ.
She's just got to speak herself
because OJ did it.
Right.
And there was not enough evidence to prove he did it. Even though there was tons of evidence, but they spun a conspiracy. OJ did the same thing with Mark Furman in the glove. Racist KKK fucking police officer wants to take down a rich, powerful black man. Now, we all know that ain't the case today, right? We all know that Mark Furman wasn't a corrupt police officer. He did go on to be like a news person for like, I think it was Court TV or somewhere.
I think you're right. Court TV.
Right? So he went on later on to be like an analyst and a news person and you know,
Lynn said they never secured the crime scene in the blizzard with the wind and the.
What's there to secure? You gonna fucking lock down the ice? What are you gonna do? What do you do? It's a fucking, you're outside in a blizzard.
They want to blame all the cops and the paramedics and the EMT workers and the medical examiner and everybody else is not guilty.
Okay.
But Karen.
Here's a prime example of what I want to say about this. Is you remember when they found my brother passed away, right?
Yes.
He was outside of a business. Passed away. They never went into business to see if anything happened to him in the business.
Right.
But he was on the side of this business. Okay. It's no different than what happened to John O'Keefe, because John O'Keefe was dead outside. So the crime scene's outside. The crime scene ain't inside.
Right.
If there's no sign of a crime being committed, then there's
like if there was a blood trail leading directly to the front door, they would have knocked down the front door.
No, they would have knocked down the front door.
Plus, it didn't help that they pull up and this woman is frantically saying, you know, oh my God, and freaking out, and I left him here. I don't know why.
Yeah, and just for the record, my brother had a heart attack. Okay, he had a massive heart attack. One of his valves come undone in his heart, and he died instantly. Okay, and he was sitting on some stairs, and he slid down the stairs, and that was his last moments. You know, they said it was quick; it wasn't a painful death or anything like that. But when they found him, nobody knew that. We didn't know that as a family until they did the autopsy on my brother, and
he could have been
murdered,
hurt inside of the business,
and set out there. Yeah, exactly. But they didn't know until the autopsy came back that you know. But at that point, they wasn't kicking into business and going in there.
Oh wow!
And
PJ, my nephew had Crohn's disease and never had a drink. I didn't say it had to be associated, but I can't imagine that with Crohn's that drinking would help it.
What I'm saying is they don't, if there's not signs of somebody being murdered, they don't just instantly go kick in doors. You don't
typically expect a murderer to set their murder victim on the front lawn.
Yeah. Well, basically my brother was sitting on the front lawn of their business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He sat on some steps and had a heart attack, and that was it. He slid down the stairs and he was just laying there. But they didn't go, like I said, kick down the business, and this business is in the hood with people that sell drugs.
Yeah.
You know? So I mean, it had nothing to do with that. It was just a baby, but it ain't it was like a bootleg mechanic shop where anything could have happened.
Yeah.
Right. But all the time, like I'm just using that as an example, it's similar to John O'Keefe. They didn't go inside the house because there was nothing that led them that a crime had been committed inside of that house.
Yeah.
Just by physical, and at the time they didn't know John was going to die.
Right.
Okay. So just to say they beat up John in the house, like Karen Reed supporters say, and they threw him outside. How did they know John wasn't going to live and tell on them?
They don't. That's
Right?
the thing.
Because John died from also hypothermia. He wasn't dead when he was played. So it ain't like they beat John O'Keefe dead and then put him outside.
Right.
That didn't happen. Right? There's no blood trail. There's no evidence that leads to the house. And you got to remember, there's no trail. There's no tracks from that. Did they observe tracks from the what is the damn thing called at the house? The door?
Hatch.
The hatch on the house. Was there a trail that led from that hatch to where John O'Keefe's body was?
Well, but they pulled up the carpet and the flooring down there.
I mean, they were selling the house.
They sold the house under what was expected to get.
Well, that happens all the time.
And they sold it early.
That happens all the time.
That was their family home and their heirloom. They had that house for centuries.
That happens all the time. People put a house on the market for $300,000. Somebody offers them $240,000 and they take it. Okay. The house I bought I offered a low bid on the house and got the house that I bought.
And they gave away their family dog, like their family member dog. They gave it away.
They were moving.
The dog bit another dog, but yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, what about people that put their dogs to sleep? That bite people,
that's another
right?
thing. I heard something about John's phone walking up and downstairs.
That was the Apple Health data. John's phone says he never went in the house.
If he was struck and maybe was airborne, would that make it? That's a touchy one. I don't know that. Like,
I believe he was standing backwards away from the car and she backed into him. His elbow, his arm area.
Him, just like she said.
Hit that tail light. His head hit the back spoiler of the SUV.
He took her drink out of that car. Had her drink in his hand.
And I don't think she's mad about the drink. I think it's a tragic. I don't think she purposely did it. I just don't. I just think she was so drunk that she did it.
I think that's what happened though, is that she couldn't believe that he would get out and not come home with her, that he still wanted to party. And she had already gotten in the argument on their drive because Jennifer mentioned that woman that he was dating to get directions, trying to freaking help them because they were so lost. That I think she was so enraged because we've seen her become enraged.
My mom, she's right
you
here
keep talking over me.
My 3 sons.
That's fine.
What about how long to die in the cold? Do you want to explain that, PJ?
We already went over that. I just completely lost my train of thought. I don't even know what we're talking about now. I'm sorry.
Okay. How long to die in the cold? Celebrate experts came out and said that was done at 6 a.m, not 2 a.m. Okay. These are the people that created the software that extracts the data from the phones. They said if the person that the first expert used dated information that wasn't updated. If he would have used the updated version, it would have showed him that the search was made at 6 a.m. So Celebrate experts are going to testify in court that search was made at 6 o'clock in the morning. My 3 sons. Okay. Not at 2. Jen McCabe wasn't laying in bed searching how long to die in the cold. She wasn't at the Albert's house searching how long to die in the cold. That was done when she was standing out there with Karen Reed. Experts are going to testify to that created the software that extracts that data. Okay. So that has been debunked.
That whole thing never made sense to me. Like, why would she, like, she would have had to have left the man there and gone all the way home, gotten in her bed and been sitting there thinking like, I wonder if he's going to die while he's out there. Like,
yeah,
it doesn't even rationally make sense.
And now let me go back and try to save him.
Right.
Right. If that was the case, she would have tried to save him in the beginning. And Jim McCabe has been put through so much between all these crazies.
All the witnesses have.
And even now that they're proving that what she's saying is the truth, they still talk about this lady's looks. Mm-hmm. Like, listen, I can understand talking about the case, but I can't understand body shaming this lady.
People hate this woman.
Yeah, hating on this woman like
it's weird.
Yeah.
It's really weird.
I don't get it. Like, why do they hate John's brother?
Because he's not on their side.
Because he's not on their side, right? But ain't that childish? Ain't that childish as hell? Childish. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it shouldn't be that invested.
You hate this dude because he don't agree with what you think. And
that's his brother.
That's the reason, like, a lot of these channels invite me up to discuss things with them. But my thing is, why am I going to go up there to discuss things with you so you can let your viewers be childish to me and call me names and wish death upon me and all these things when I don't got to do that? Like it's one thing to disagree with each other, right? Like, listen, because some of you guys believe Karen Reed is innocent,
and that's fine,
and that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to disrespect you,
cry if she gets acquitted, like,
or fight with you, or call you names, or wish bad things on you. But her people will, right? And that's, to me, is horrible. All right, let's jump into this. This is the Vinnie stuff, and then we'll take some calls on it. Vinnie!
I'm Vinnie Politan. The subject of my investigation is the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. He was found dead in a snowstorm on another officer's front yard after a late night party, but no one at the party was investigated because police said John's boyfriend, Karen Reed, killed him. Here's the story.
John's boyfriend, Karen Reed. Come on, Vinnie. Come on, Vinnie.
He says it with such, he maintains composure.
Like he just misspoke. He's reading a prompter. I guarantee you, whoever wrote it on a prompter that he's reading.
So they wrote boyfriend Karen Reed?
Yeah, boyfriend Karen Reed. You seen somebody in here say that Karen Reed got an Adam's apple? Maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe it was. Vinnie is an OG to me. I ain't gonna be mean to Vinnie. Right, he just misspoke. He misspoke, people. But
it was on a prompter. I know that much. But I'm like questioning the prompter writer.
Yeah, he's reading off a teleprompter.
I know.
So I mean, the boyfriend Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. That's what she gets, though. That's what she gets. And Vinnie takes up for Karen Reed a lot.
A lot.
Right. He's team Karen Reed.
Yeah,
I would say he is. But at least he's the same way as me. He may believe Karen Reed is innocent, but he'll let you speak your mind, because I've been in this room and I've been saying she's guilty, and he'll still pull up the comments. He'll still say, "Hey, Dolly." He won't fight with me about it.
Yeah, because he's a grown professional man.
He's a grown professional man.
He's not going to be that biased, even though he's definitely biased.
I wish all Karen Reed supporters could carry themselves like Vinnie carries himself.
He's a professional.
I mean, I understand he's professional.
He was a lawyer. He was in the actual field. He knows how to act.
I mean, like, just because I disagree with Vinnie, I don't hate Vinnie. You know what I'm saying? These people, if you disagree with them, they hate your ass.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
It's childish. You're right.
Karen Reed, accused of the January 2022 death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, has consistently asserted her innocence, alleging a concerted effort by law enforcement to frame her. She contends that John O'Keefe was fatally injured inside a residence and that authorities manipulated evidence to implicate her. Central to her claims is the conduct of lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, whose inappropriate text messages and close ties to key witnesses have raised questions about investigative impartiality. Proctor faced disciplinary action due to these concerns. Reed's defense maintains that systemic biases compromised the investigation. Her first trial concluded in a mistrial, with the jury unable to reach a unanimous verdict. And now the community prepares for the retrial of the century.
It is not the retrial of the century. So I disagree with that. Is that many people invested?
They are, because it's a retrial that is significant. What other retrial is there another case that has a retrial? It's a retrial of the century because it's a retrial.
The century ain't over.
There's not another case that's going to have a double. It's just what he's talking about as being a retrial, I think.
We're getting closer and closer. Now, the part of this trial that makes it so unique, the public support obviously is a huge part of it, but it's what drove that public support, which is a completely alternative theory about the death of John O'Keefe. We're talking about the defense saying, listen, Karen Reed, this wasn't an accident, this wasn't a murder. No, no, no. Someone else did this. Someone else in that house did this. And I say that because during the course of the first trial, there was a piece of evidence brought in by the defense, and it was a video from inside 34 Fairview, the home where the party was, and it's in the basement and then exits the basement. Let's take a look. Here, they're opening up what they call, the bulkhead latch from outside, and there's some stairs down there, and those stairs go into the basement. Now, if you go up those stairs, out of the basement, backyard.
This wasn't taken at the party.
This was taken after the party at some point.
Because there's no snow on the ground.
Right.
To the fence, and you open up the door to the fence, and then you walk forward on the yard. It will take you almost precisely to where John O'Keefe was found dead.
But here's my thing about that. If he was at this house over here across the street and walked out their front door and walked him across the street and laid him there, it leads you to the same place too.
Yeah.
Right?
If you walked out of Karen's car that was right
all
over here,
roads lead to Rome. You know what I'm saying? According to Dog the Bounty Hunter, all roads lead to Rome. You could have killed him down the street and walked him there and dropped him there.
Yeah.
I mean, it just...
It's null and void.
Oh my Jesus.
You know what made me giggle when Karen said that she wouldn't be stupid enough.
There you can see the flagpole, the fire hydrant, that whole area.
In front of their own house.
That's where John O'Keefe was found. So that evidence brought in to demonstrate, I guess, how John O'Keefe could have been removed from the home and placed onto the front yard.
Placed.
But that's kind of like the tail end of everything. Which brings us to the first question in our investigation, which is, what exactly, and that's the key word here. I know conspiracy, cover up, frame, all of that, but what exactly is the defense's theory? And it's the theory of the death of John O'Keefe. Like, how does he die? Who does it? Let's talk about it. Let's bring in Karen Reed, supporter and creator of the Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. And
this dude's a clown.
What are these people gonna do when
criminal like
convicted?
Cons, right? Like, this dude is a goob.
Karen Reed, Facebook page, Nick Rocco, and YouTuber and author of the book Storm of Suspicion, The Karen Reed Trials, Kevin Lenahan, is with us. Great to see you both. Let's talk about this. All right, Nick, let's try to understand this, right? So the theory is that John O'Keefe goes into the home. What happens? What is the theory? What is the basis or the working theory of how John O'Keefe died?
Well, I don't speak for the defense team, but if what I'm following along is basically John O'Keefe goes inside the house, words are exchanged.
What proof do you got that he goes inside the house? Right? No proof whatsoever that he goes inside the house. The phone says he wasn't in the house.
Karen didn't say she saw him, but one time she did say she saw him.
And she's changed her story so many times.
And a fight breaks out. I think the defense team.
A fight breaks out. For what? What? For what reason? As a jury member, you would have to be like, a fight broke out. Well, what were they fighting about?
Where's the evidence of the fight?
Yeah.
Nobody's got bloody knuckles. John doesn't have bloody knuckles.
Yeah, John didn't strike back. A fight usually takes two people to fight, right? But John don't have any injuries consistent with him being in a fight. Make it make sense. This dude just, he pulled that out his ass.
He believes it was downstairs in the basement. And obviously it was a fight gone wrong where you have that fatal blow to the back of John O'Keefe's head. Now,
well, how did he hit him with?
What did he hit him with? Yeah. You punch him in the back of the head and crack his fucking skull?
That doesn't even make sense.
I know. You know how hard the back of the head is?
You know how
many people have broke their hands punching people in the head?
Uh,
Like anybody that watches the UFC,
yeah.
know that you don't want to punch somebody in the head. You want to punch them in the face, because if you punch them in the head, especially bare knuckle, you will break your fucking hands. That's how hard the human skull is.
Mhm.
You will break your hands. You will break every bone in your fingers punching somebody in the head, right? You want to hit them ass in the face where there's some meat. You go punching the hard ass head. I mean, you can hurt people really bad punching them in the head, but you ain't going to crack their skull unless you
Not
have
like
an object in your hand.
I don't think they've specifically said what they believe had caused it, whether it was the ground, a fist, a weight. And then obviously, while this fight is breaking out, you have Chloe, the dog, that is attacking John's arm while this is going on.
Yeah, this dude is an absolutely idiot. Rocco, you're a fucking dumbass, okay?
He's got an imagination there.
Yeah, you got an imagination, bro. You pulled that out your ass. All right, we know that it ain't dog bites, okay? It don't take a genius to realize them ain't dog bites. It don't take a genius to realize he wasn't in the house. It don't take a genius to realize Karen Reed was drunk. If you look at all his injuries, they line up with everything on her car, from the bumper to the tail light to the spoiler.
They're going to prove that this time.
Oh, I know they are.
And I believe the reason why they're showing this bulkhead is because that's the only exit out of the basement, which would make the most sense as to, why potentially some of the people upstairs are saying, oh, we didn't see John, or, people are saying he never came inside the house. I don't think they're saying that he entered that way. I believe they're saying that that's the way that he came out of the house and then obviously brought onto the front yard. Obviously, you have a lot of coverage being in the backyard, so it's a short distance from that fence to the flagpole. But I believe it's pretty simple of a theory that a fight, broke out and it turned bad. And
yeah, somebody with a simple mind may
You
think
just
that.
said respect those that think different. We are. Just because. What did you say?
Judge Beverly Cannoni had made them name names. I don't believe the first time that they named the names, but she did make them name the names this time, and they named Colin Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert. So it's going to be interesting to see what they put forward this time, but I believe it's going to be pretty similar.
Let's take a listen to that hearing on third-party culpability.
We're solely seeking to introduce the crux of a third-party culprit defense, which is evidence of motive, opportunity, and means, all of which Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Colin Albert had.
We see in their motion there's a grand claim that there's extraordinary evidence that John O'Keefe went into 34 Fairview that night. That is critical. We didn't hear any evidence. We just have the bald assertion that the data forensic evidence will show that he was in the house. It didn't. It doesn't. They don't have a proffer. So there is no opportunity to murder John O'Keefe when all the evidence points to him dying on the front lawn from an alleged collision.
Okay, Kevin, what are your thoughts here when we talk about this defense theory?
Yeah, no blood trail through the yard.
It's my
whatsoever.
favorite part when Jackson said that incident happened after the collision.
Yeah, it happened after the collision. Their own lawyers can't even keep the lie
I know,
straight.
because your mind naturally wants to tell the truth.
Yeah.
You have to actually work harder to lie.
And just look at the behavior. She was banging her lawyer, too. Right? Like
Allegedly.
Okay.
A
You
lawyer that can sue.
You seen where the hands were.
Yeah.
And let's give our warnings. Dolly Vision's for entertainment purposes only. We talk news, rumors, gossip, speculation, theories, mixed with a little bit of comedy and a whole lot of chaos. Completely satire. So this right here, guys, is just our opinion. Nothing here we say is fact. Okay.
His skull was fractured in the back, and he had bloody eyes because of that.
Yes, his eyes were swollen because of the fracture to his skull. And all the wounds on his arm were scratches. They were not punctures. The coroner testified to that they were surface wounds.
Break fights out. A fight breaks out, right? Coming into the house. What do we know about the entrance to the house, the entrance to the basement, and where Brian Higgins, Brian Albert were? We're taking a look at them right now. And this was evidence also doing some shadow boxing at the waterfall that night. What do we know about the entrance to the house and how you would get down to that basement?
Well, I think what you're doing now is exactly what they don't want the jury to do. which is to try to really dig down and find the specifics of their theory. They don't want that at all. What they want is they want to get the jurors to say, well, what about this? And what about that? The key thing is throw a bunch of stuff out there that looks a little weird, like butt dials or whatever, and keep them distracted in that way. And that way they won't zero in on the key evidence. So the key evidence shows that John's phone, at least, never went inside the house, period. There's no way to argue that it did. So now you're stuck with a theory of John going in the house without his phone and his phone ending up underneath his body at the far edge of the property. There's no evidence on John's body that he was in a fight. The emergency room doctors testified to that, as did the medical examiner. There's no scuffs on his hands. He doesn't have a split lip, doesn't have a broken nose. He doesn't have any signs on his face. There are 2 tiny scratches on his face. That's it. So John was not in a fight. Now, somebody could have, ambushed him and whacked him on the back of the head. So if there was no fight, that would be the only way. But it gets more and more preposterous when you think about it. The idea that these people lured, to use the words of defense during the trial, lured, and ambush is another word they use, for reasons unknown. None of them have any there's no friction at all between the Alberts and the McCabe's and John O'Keefe, nothing. They lure them back to the house where their kids are, where their son is having a birthday party, where there are women, and they invite their daughter back to do this. What? So they could attack him in the basement and then foolishly drag him out, still alive, to leave him on their own lawn when they could have just went a few feet further and put him in the street or put him in the next yard. But they don't want people thinking about this stuff, because when you think hard about any of the claims in this conspiracy theory, it falls apart completely.
I agree.
Nick, what are your thoughts about the phone and any bad blood between the parties here?
Yeah, Nick.
Well, I mean, Karen Reed's phone doesn't show that she went up 3 flights of stairs, but John O'Keefe's phone shows that he went up 3 flights of stairs. And the GPS is not always 100% accurate. I mean, you can look at your phone right now, and it might show you that you're on the front lawn, and then eventually it moves around a little bit here and there, and then might find exactly where you are. So it all depends on the service in the area as well. And we know that Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, and the rest of them had said they don't get really good cell service over there. So then, especially if you have clouds in the sky, you got snow falling down, that's going to interrupt GPS signals. So
what about the Apple Healthcare? Did it interrupt none of that? Y'all use that for your convenience, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can't have it one way and not the other way when it's your evidence. It's the same thing.
I think one of the biggest things that, Kevin is stuck on is that GPS data. But how do you explain John O'Keefe driving on a flat road all the way from the bar to 34 Fairview Road, and only his phone registers 3 flights of stairs, but not Karen Reed's? And I know they say, oh, well, her GPS data was shut off and this and that, but they took custody of her cell phone shortly after, and it shows that, nothing was done. She didn't delete anything off her phone. It's the biggest thing is the flights of stairs.
She deleted everything on her phone. And she was using signal apps to communicate, so you couldn't keep what was on her phone. Right? She was doing snaky shit from the jump there, Mr. Rico.
I'll give you 15 seconds, Kevin, before we run out of time here.
Rico.
Thank you, Vinnie. Nobody on either side has presented any data from the health app on Karen's phone, so we don't know what that showed, which is a little unusual, right? But the GPS is. We always know the lack. We know the signal strength continuously from second to second. So if there's any loss in signal, that's measurable for every particular second, and it shows that John never went in the house.
All right, Nick and Kevin are going to stay with us.
Nick,
Coming up
like
next, will the
dumbass.
defense say she was framed in the retrial?
You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense.
Okay. You want to take some calls on this?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take some Karen Reed calls, all right, before we get to the other stories that we're going to be covering tonight. So give me a second. Let me get the phone line open.
I just was looking on this medical website and posted a comment, but some people don't even know they suffer a skull fracture until they develop the 2 raccoon eyes. And that's because the blood from the head trauma leaks into the soft tissue around the eyes. Someone in chat was
and
asking,
the pressure
right,
pushes on the back of your eyeballs.
That's why his brother said it looked like he had golf balls.
Yes.
Because it's the pressure.
It's the pressure from the wounds. Your brain has to have space to go, and it goes into your eye sockets. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. Hey, PJ.
Hey.
The Crackling Turtle from Texas.
Hey, Crackling Turtle.
This is my opinion. This is just what I think. I think that she was drunk. She was upset already with him. And this is my theory. I think that she got angry with him. They had words like couples do. He grabbed her drink, slammed the door, got out. She took off in a rage. And then you know how you got to have the last word?
Yeah.
Then she backed up, like threw it in reverse and wanted to back up and wanted to scream at him again. I think she couldn't stop because she was drunk. She didn't get that perception of depth.
Yeah.
She hit him, and she knew she hit him, but she was like, you get in that phase of, I'm scared. Oh, God, what did I do?
Yeah.
And she took off. And now she's playing innocent, like I didn't do anything, and thought he'd be okay. Then the longer he went without coming home or calling, she's like, oh, crap, something's really serious happened. And so she started talking about, like, looking at...
Trying to cover it up. Yeah,
I
agree with you.
And trying to be like, okay, how long does it take for somebody to die in the snow?
Yeah, well, she's right.
To help him.
She's right. There is a cover up, but it's her covering shit up. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So there is a conspiracy and a cover up, but it's her doing it.
Exactly. I think that I don't think she intentionally did it. I think she was so drunk. She couldn't, the depth perception just wasn't there. And she hit him.
Yeah, well, if you leave somebody hurt, and you just abandon them.
Need to go to jail.
So
I think she still has to go to jail. I mean, she drunk or not, whatever, colostomy bag doesn't matter, whatever. You still have to go to jail, and a man still died in the situation.
Have you ever seen so many people support a drunk driver?
Absolutely not. That's absolutely crazy. It's just absolutely. It blows my mind, the stupidity of some of these people. Yeah. I hate to say it, but it's like they drink the Kool-Aid way too much.
I think so. I mean, I don't think they're bad people. I think they were easy to convince people.
Well, and I think that has a lot to do with the corruption that is in that police department. There is corruption there.
I'm sure there is. Yeah, I mean, the police were drinking and driving. That's corruption in itself. But
I think,
is it the same as framing a woman for murder, though? Just because we know there's bad cops everywhere.
Right.
That don't make every cop bad.
Exactly. I think that a lot of people are just supporting her because they don't like the cops. It's not, I support her because she's innocent. It's, he's a cop. I hate cops. I don't like them because they're corrupt here.
Yeah,
and
these are the same people. These are the same people that would be trying to defund the police.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, they don't like the cops. They'll do anything. If they say that the sky's red, that it's not.
I guarantee you, every one of them people out there screaming somebody broke in their house and stole their shit, they be calling the police. You walk up and slap the shit out of one of them, they're gonna be calling the police.
Yeah. Right.
They won't care if the police are corrupt then.
Right.
But
I mean, I think it's just it's got, and she knows that, and she plays on it. That's the thing. She plays on it well. She is a very good magician. She's one of those that gets your attention over here, so the other thing doesn't show up on the other side.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
She paid for that. You can buy magic tricks, and that's what she's been
magic
doing.
tricks. She's a master magician at that one, and in my opinion, So I don't know. I wish that they would find her guilty, and it would stick, and she would go to jail, and his family would get some justice.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see it. It's not far away. What are they talking about? Tuesday? The trial start maybe Tuesday, but it's coming up. It's gonna last what?
They're saying 6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks, so 2 months. And me and PJ will be there live covering some of the case for you guys. So
I'm excited. I've never been.
I absolutely love the fact that y'all go and cover it, and I have it in my DoorDash. So whenever PJ needs coffee, let me know. I got her back.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. You be good.
All right. I hope y'all feel better. All right. Take care.
All right. Peace.
All right. Peace.
All right, so we know they do have a buffer zone out there,
and it's doubled.
and
They
it's
said.
it's double,
And
but
there
it
was-
still ain't that far
Oh,
from the
let me
courthouse.
talk. There was this petition to the court trying to sue the judge and get a restraining order on her for instilling the area, and the people said it was against their constitutional right. It was denied.
Okay, for some reason, why is the phone line not popping up for me to answer it?
I don't. It's in a different phone.
It must be.
Where are you? That's what you get for having 500 phone lines out.
Oh, I got it now. I got it now. It's right here. I had 2 phone lines open. My bad, guys. My bad. I got you now when you call in. It was that phone line. I had it open on 2 channels. So go ahead, call back, caller. We'll take your call this time. I'll be able to answer it. There it is. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's
Hey.
Big Bird.
Hey, Big Bird.
Hi, Big Bird.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty
Feeling
good.
any better?
Yeah,
That's
a
good.
lot better today, believe it or not.
You sound a lot better. And
Yeah.
You both look like you're feeling a little better.
Yeah, every day I'm a little better. So I think I'm on the uptick.
That's good. That's really good. I had to call in because I'm super excited for this case.
Uh-huh.
And the semester is almost over, so thank God. But I just want to say, I've been waiting to say this. Everybody knows my mom got run over by a plow truck in February. She was backed over. And it was a big plow truck, not like somebody individual doing it. It was like a 3-ton.
Oh,
So when she hit John, let's just suppose John fell backwards, right?
Uh-huh.
And the way he hit his head, so I wanted to tell you guys this before, but the information that has come out with the skull fracture on the back and the way it cracked with the bleeding is very similar to the same injury that my mom got. As well as she had a lot of marks on her body that were not really cuts, but they were marks. And not like huge breaks like you would think, oh my God, she got run over by a huge plow truck. She's got all these broken bones. More of them were internal organ type issues and muscle issues, besides like a couple ribs, which there's nothing they can do for that. So, and nerve damage. So the fact that he didn't have as many broken bones, a lot of people have questioned that. I didn't really question it at all because of what I know about the case and what I believe the facts say. But I think my mom's injuries for me sealed everything up, because a lot of people had a lot to say, how did he stay under there for, how long was he there for? I mean, my mom it was a blizzard up here, the same thing. And she was under the truck on the ice for over an hour.
Wow.
While they were trying to get her out. It was an hour and 2 minutes. And they were trying to get her out. They had to call a plow truck because you can't just run over the person and you can't just pull them out. So they had to get, not a plow truck, another tow truck. And it was such a big truck that they actually needed an industrial one. And that was in Massachusetts. So they had to call it up. And it was during a blizzard. So, I mean,
Wow.
it was in Denver. So, yeah. So,
what was your mom
crazy.
doing out in the snow? Was she just happened to be out and a truck hit her?
So, no, she was in her driveway, and she lives in elderly housing, not elderly, not public housing. It's one of those communities that's 55 plus.
Yeah.
And her and there were 3 other neighbors. So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 neighbors in each building. And they're fancy. She lives in a little rich town. So they're kind of fancy, and there's 6 of them. And each person has a couple parking spots, but it's just my mom. So a couple of the people were out there cleaning off their spots and their cars, and the plow truck actually waved her on to walk.
and then backed over her.
Oh.
So she had just finished cleaning off her car. So if you think about it, like you said earlier, we're used to this snow. So like I do the same thing. When I go to clean off my car, I'm not putting my clothes on for the day. I'm going out there in my pajama pants, my boots, you know, couple sweatshirts, gloves, and just cleaning it off, you know, as quick as I can. And that's what we do. You know, we leave our car on while we're cleaning it off so it melts a little. We have Jessica's Law, so we have to get every ounce of snow off the whole car. Or you get a like $250 ticket.
Is that from
But
snow flying off a car and
Yeah.
killing somebody?
Yeah.
yeah. And you'd be surprised how many people still do it. Maybe not. Well, you were up here, so you saw
I do it. I
People-
drive around with snow. The last time PJ said you're supposed to get all the snow off the car. I said, I don't never do that. She said it could fly off and kill somebody. I said, well, this is
Yeah,
soft
it did.
snow.
She was a young girl too. She was in like, I think she was a freshman in college.
Uh-huh.
So it made a big impact. But yeah, so it was, I mean, she was out there and there were other people out there. You know, one of her neighbors had some weird things she said on TV, which was kind of weird because, anyways, I can't say why I think what her neighbor was weird because there is some medical stuff going on, but, and they're still investigating.
Okay.
But the injuries that John had are so very similar. Like she had frostbite. She was, you know, she basically had, the frostbite was super bad. Like it was like burns on her back.
Yeah.
And, you know, I grew up in a motorcycle riding family, so I compared those burns to like road burns when you crash on a motorcycle.
Yeah, like road rash. Yeah.
Yeah, they were really, really bad. So a lot of people have said, like, why didn't he have this? And my mom had black and blues all over the front of her face, but the front of her face never hit the ground.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, the description of the black eyes and like the, you know, bloodshot, it's pressure from hitting your head back so hard.
Yeah.
And like PJ said, you know, but I'm ready for this because Karen, she's going to be defeated this time. Like I just am very confident that there's very little way that with all her statements that have come out and the injuries, you know, I mean, the ER doctor that saw my mom was like, this is so typical for everyone that has ever come in, you know, hit by a car, you know, but then add the winter elements to it. So it's not like these medical professionals don't know and understand. So,
but it comes down to that jury. And if just say these turtle riders have swayed the people of Denham, and then because it's so they're everywhere protesting everywhere and doing all these things, can John O'Keefe get justice in that town?
So I think he can. I think he can. I think so. From what I was told from people in the courthouse early part of last week was even if they had a full jury of the 16 today, they're going to keep picking until Monday or Tuesday.
I heard it going for 18. Karen Reed said today that they're going for 18 jurors.
Yeah, so the number I heard was a little bit higher than that, but I mean, I don't know how many more they'll really get or, you know, how many they'll lose over this weekend because they picked one and then they get the names. So this trial is different because they're getting the names. And usually when you pick a jury, you don't get them, but this time they're getting the names so they can go back and search them or, God forbid, give it to Turtle Boy and he harassed the person so they don't want to do it.
Yeah.
But they can do more research than they would do in a normal jury selection in Massachusetts. I mean, I don't know how it is in some other states. I know New Hampshire and Mass, you don't get to know the names of the jury. You don't get to know any of that if you're defense or, you know, the state doesn't get all the private information about them. They just get, this is, you know, whatever part of information they get. So, and I think it's going to run a little bit shorter than last. My opinion, I think it's going to run a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I mean,
because I think that Hank is more like deliver.
Yeah,
done.
Yeah, I think he hits you with the one hitter quitters. And another thing, even if we look at past retrials, especially famous ones like the Menendez brothers.
Which they're getting a retrial. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that was just that was a news thing.
Well, just like them, they were convicted a lot quicker in a matter of time because, you know, they ended up in a hung jury. And then in the retrial, they were convicted in less than an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the whole trial didn't last an hour and a half, but when jury deliberated, they came back within an hour and a half and convicted them. And the trial was 2 weeks shorter. So, and they were convicted way quicker. So,
yeah, I think that's the same way it's going to be here. I mean, I have my opinion on the Menendez brothers. I think they should stay in jail, but that's just
I
my
do too.
opinion.
I think we all agree on that one.
I think that they know what to disclude this time, and I really think that there's a lot more evidence that's already known, and I think that my opinion is that Karen's defense team is already defeated. I also, personal feeling, you guys can, I don't know what you'll say about this, but I think that the warning that was given to the out-of-state jurors, defense counsel, that are working under Yannetti, I think he brought in those 9 and now up to 11 law students from Massachusetts. I think he brought them in to help, and he brought the other previous juror on to help because they have a feeling that the judge is going to release the out-of-state attorneys because of their behaviors if they do one more thing. And I guarantee it's coming.
Okay.
Anthony Jackson. Just that's my opinion. I think Anthony Jackson thinks he can do whatever he wants, but it's my opinion. You know.
All right, Big Bird. We appreciate you calling in.
Thank you. Don't forget I'm making you guys apple pie when you come up. So you can let me know the day before so I can get all the good stuff.
Okay. All right. Peace.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, so she has a ton of lawyers, right, that she's not paying. Everybody wants, but you know, a lot of people will volunteer their services when they can build a name off of you.
Yeah.
And this is high profile. It's on TV. Everybody's talking about it. So if you're a lawyer, you want your name involved and stuff like that, you know, because then when you go to charge the next person to represent them, you can charge them more. Be like, oh, I was one of the lawyers on got Karen Reed off, you know, and then your stock value goes up as an attorney.
Yeah, but
if she loses,
yeah,
then you kind of value drops like Tesla.
Yeah.
Dolly.
Hello. It's me, Alex.
What's up, Alex?
How you doing?
We're doing pretty good.
My mom just got back home today.
Cool. It's good to hear.
Yeah. And what I think about about the Karen Reed's case is that I think Karen Reed's got all upset because they had an argument. She had an argument with her boyfriend. And then she got all mad about something because they had an argument. Then she wanted to leave, and he didn't want to leave because he wanted to stay there and party. And he wanted to have a good time. And she wanted to leave because she wanted to go back home. So then she waited for him to walk out of that place, and then she got in the car and she just ran him over with the car and killed him.
Damn, Alex.
I think you're pretty right on.
And that's what I think Karen Reed did. So Karen Reed knows she's guilty, and I think there's plenty of evidence to prove that she's guilty, and just to be able to convict her guilty.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, PJ agrees completely with you.
And I think she's going to get the death penalty because I think when the case is all over with and the judge...
She's not facing a death penalty. She's only facing second-degree murder, Alex.
Okay, then she's going to go to prison for life then.
Yep.
40 years.
Yeah.
That's her life.
Which is the rest of her life, yes.
She supposedly has all this medical issues.
So she'll go to jail for 40 years. If she's convicted, she faces up to 40 years for second-degree murder.
How old will she be after 40 years?
80.
80.
Oh.
Dead. She'll be dead after 40 years.
Yeah.
She ain't in good health, allegedly.
About the case?
Yeah, you can put your mom on.
Okay. Jimmy wants to hear your opinion about the Karen Reed's case.
Really, Alex?
Yeah.
Oh. She's guilty.
She guilty?
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, she's guilty. She did that on purpose.
So how you
I
feeling?
agree.
Oh, this was rough. It turned into being an emergency surgery, and my whole liver was engulfing the gallbladder. It was like trapping it.
Oh,
So,
Lord.
oh, it was so painful, like stabbing on the side of my back on the right side, and it gave me heart palpitations, and thought I was having a heart attack too. So it was just a lot of stuff all
Well,
at one time.
thank God you're still here with us.
Yeah, my blood pressure, I never have had high blood pressure. And my sugar, okay, Alex, stop, was really high, and I was only on a liquid diet, so I couldn't understand why my sugar was so high.
Uh-huh.
But my blood pressure has been really high, and me and Alex have very low blood pressure, so very unusual what was going on. But
Okay.
the pain was so bad, I was passing out.
Oh, Lord. Well, make sure you take care of yourself now. You know,
Right.
our
I
health's
just
the
got
most
home
important thing
tonight.
we got.
That's what I tried to tell Alex. He better take care of his health too.
Yeah, don't let it stress you out too much right now. You need to relax
That's what he's doing.
and rest.
He's excited because I'm home. He misses Mama.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, tell him you need rest and you need to relax, and he should be taking care of you.
That's right, Alex. You listen to Dolly. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Peace.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Peace. We're praying for you.
Bye, Jimmy and PJ.
Later, Alex. All right, for anybody who's just tuning in, don't know, Alex calls in all the time. Young man, special needs, so you hear a little bit of that. But smart guy, he knows Karen Reed is guilty, right? He's like, he's a special needs young man, right? So but he knows. I mean, that shows you right there. It don't take a rocket scientist to see that there's things that don't add up in the Karen Reed case. Now, look, I'm going to agree with the Karen Reed supporters. Was it a shabby investigation by unprofessional police? Yes, I agree with you guys on that. Right? But that don't make Karen Reed innocent either. Dolly.
Well, hot damn, it's my birthday, and I got in finally on the phone line.
All right, it's your birthday. We're going to party like it's your birthday.
Hell yeah.
I ain't sipping no Bacardi, though, but we'll party.
Well, this is Coffin Daffer's Hat calling in.
Coffin Daffer Pat?
Yes. What is this? What is this I hear that you got a bromance going on with Christopher Proudfoot?
I do.
Yeah.
I don't have no romance going on.
Y'all are like best buds now.
Are we? Are we like BFFs for life, like Thunder Buddies?
Shit.
So did he buy a bar of Katie Come Clean soap?
Not yet. I've been looking, to see if he would, because, I had changed the name to just Come Clean with berries and cream. But I haven't seen him purchase one yet.
We don't have it.
Oh.
Why?
Oh, we're out of stock. Okay, but
We've been out of stock.
We're gonna restock it just to see if he buys a bar. Because we can't be BFFs if he don't buy Dolly soap.
That's true.
Okay.
Now, I just want to say I am so happy that Rose didn't get my phone call tonight.
Okay. All right. She was trying. I'm sure she's out there mad.
Hi, Rose. I love you.
Okay.
All right. That's all I got to say. Y'all have a good night.
Bye.
All right. Peace.
Fluffy hat of Jennifer's.
Yeah. Big fluffy Jennifer Coffin Daffer, right?
Yeah. You don't remember her hat?
How does she feel about it? Does she think Karen Reed's guilty?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I agree with Coffin Daffer on this one. I don't always agree with Coffin Daffer.
I don't either.
She had a picture of her as an FBI agent, and she looked like a badass.
Yeah, she did.
She looked like a G.I. Joe soldier. I was like, damn, Coffin Daffer looks like business. Right? She had the fucking machine gun. She had the K9. She was all dressed in fatigues. I was like, that does not look like the same ass woman we see today that's all timid.
But she's old.
I mean, yeah, age catches up with everybody. I mean,
Yeah. She don't look like she's that old, but she must be old.
She's older.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what I said.
mean, she's former FBI, but in her day, she looked like she was a badass.
What time? At what point you retired? 65?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how old that damn lady is.
I don't know either.
I'm just saying back in the day, she looked like a total badass, right? the day she seems more timid, and she's a little iffy on things. Like,
I think that's because she's older.
well,
It
you know,
makes
it's like
sense, but I
all of
didn't
us. We're not
realize she
always
was.
right. None of us are always right.
Of course not.
Right. So there's things I agree with on Coffin Doffer, and then Daffer. I always mess up her name. And then there's things I disagree with her on. You know.
Yeah.
Dolly. Hello.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie.
Hey, PJ.
Melanie.
How y'all doing?
We're doing all right. We're getting all the regulars tonight.
Yeah, I decided to call one and put my input in about Karen Reed.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. Tell PJ she's ready to hear it.
I bet you know what's up. Go ahead.
Well, PJ, I believe she's guilty.
Amen.
Amen. What makes you think she's guilty there, Melanie?
Because she was drunk driving, and you don't do that.
You
And
damn sure
you
don't do that. That's dangerous. You can hurt yourself and possibly kill somebody else or yourself.
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
So,
There was a girl that, I went to church with a lady, and her daughter got killed by a man under the influence of something on Walker's Road a few years back.
Yeah, and you know, there's so many people that are supporting this, but we know it's wrong. You know, that's hard. What's so hard for me to believe that so many people are supporting a lady that admitted that she was drunk, and they still back her. Think about all the people that have died at the hands of drunk drivers, and you're actually people that are out there are actually supporting one.
That ain't right. That ain't right at all.
I know, and they don't understand that when they support this lady, they're slapping every person that died's family in the face that died from a drunk driver.
Yeah.
You know, we got all these mothers out here, but I remember Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Apparently, none of these mothers are part of that organization.
I guess not.
I mean, that's the banner we go up with is a MAD banner, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, because a lot of these women out here that are supporting this lady, their mothers, their grandmothers, and they don't understand that drinking and driving apparently is not bad to them. It's absolutely bad, and people can lose their lives. You know, just you getting behind the wheel itself. I don't want to see somebody do something stupid and get behind the wheel and lose their life. You know?
I know. No, me neither.
You know, you don't want to wait till you kill somebody to learn your lesson.
No,
You know, so guys, if you have been out there drinking and getting behind the wheel of a car, don't do it, because you see what can happen. This should be a sign, a wake-up call to, you know, maybe what she's done could save other people's lives there in Denham and Canton and Massachusetts. If people realize, hey, we don't need to get behind the wheel of a car because this could happen to us too.
And Tree said, were the Leo's law enforcement officers drinking and driving, slapping victims in the face also?
Yes. It looks like that way, but that don't make it right.
That's the response.
All right, Melanie, you be good, and we're praying for you.
Thank you. When are y'all going horseback riding?
Tomorrow.
What time should I tune in?
About 12:30ish.
12:30ish. Okay.
Yeah, we go horseback riding.
Well, my dad used to. My dad passed in 2023 of Alzheimer's, but when I was little, he had a horse named Mac. My dad had a saddle on Mac, and he put me on Mac, and he led Mac around. I rode Mac around. Then people made into our old house, and I rode John. He was a beautiful horse.
Okay, Melanie.
Awesome.
All right. Well, take care. You be good.
Y'all be praying for me, okay? I love y'all.
All right, Melanie. Peace. All right, so that was good old Melanie. We haven't talked to Melanie in a while.
Yeah.
So good that she's doing good. And a lot of our regulars tonight. A lot of
Yeah.
regulars. Okay, and there's some Karen Reed supporters out here. You're more than welcome, guys, to call in. Listen, we're not going to give you a hard time. We're just going to discuss with you. We're not going to treat you bad. We're not going to call you names. Okay, somebody keeps calling unknown and hanging up. Dolly, do you know about the giant Solomon case? Grant Solomon. I'm sorry, I got my glasses. Do I know about
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Dolly.
Well, Dolly, I think that, in my opinion,
Art Bell.
Yes.
That's right.
See,
I
I told
think
you my
that-
voice expert.
I could have told you it was Art Bell too.
Oh, no, it's not Art Bell. It's Bart
Bart.
Bell.
Bart Bell. See, we were both wrong. I said Art Bell.
Well, God rest his soul. But I've got a little statement. I think that a drunk driver, just in my opinion, if you hit somebody and you kill somebody, it should be murder.
Yes,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
agree. Because you're willingly driving drunk.
Yeah, you're committing a crime while you do it. You're already committed a crime. You're drinking and driving.
Right. I left you a message a couple of weeks ago for collaboration. Do you remember getting that message?
No, but I may have to go back and look.
Okay, because I didn't hear any response from you. You gave me an email address, and it did not come back, and I figured, well, maybe he got it, maybe he didn't. So
Okay, what email did it come from? If you mind saying like some of it, and I can search it.
yeah, it was the Jimmy Jams.
757@gmail.com.
I think so, yeah.
Then yeah, that's my email. That's
Yeah.
where I get all my mail.
you
But I get a
probably-
lot of junk mail
Yeah.
too, so I have to go in and check to make sure it didn't put it in a spam folder or something.
Right. And so it had to do with a collaboration. I left some contact information in there for you. So
Okay.
maybe you got it. I guess maybe you didn't.
Maybe I didn't. You may have to just resend it to me.
Resend it, definitely.
Okay. I tell you what, let me get a pen, and if you would rather wait, or can you get it out now?
My mods
Yeah,
are posting it right now in the chat. I'll put it on the
Okay.
screen for you. Right there. It's on the screen
Okay,
right now.
yeah, very good. I see. That's Sylvia, jimmyjam757@gmail.com. Very good.
Yeah, just
I'll
send
try
it to me tonight and I'll reply back to it tonight.
I will try to do that. Okay,
Okay.
well, you two have a fine one, and I'm going to be listening here for a little while. I'm doing a little bit of work in the broadcast studio, and I will talk at you later.
All right, peace.
I told you that was
bye-bye.
Art Bell.
Art. It's Bart Bell.
Bart Dell.
Bart. Yeah, because he's a fan of Art Bell. Right? Just like
They
me.
say he's in the broadcast studio.
Yeah, he does broadcasting, and you can tell he clearly has a radio voice.
I know.
Right? You see the people in the chat saying, "Hey, this guy got the perfect radio voice." So happy birthday to Coffin Daffer's hat. Okay. I thought she said Coffin Daffer Pat. I didn't know she said
I
Coffin
said
Daffer hat.
hat after you said hat. You don't listen to me.
Okay, well, you know, it is
I'm
what
going
it
to
is.
bed.
Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Yes.
This is Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
On the Karen Reed, I believe she's guilty.
Uh-huh. And for what
Which-
reasons do you think she's guilty?
Just because she looks guilty.
Because she looks guilty? Well,
Yeah, she lies and carries on about everything.
Yeah.
Snickers. She thinks everything's a big joke.
I agree with you. I think she's not taking it seriously, and her facial expressions are what does it for me. Like every time Hank says something damaging, she snarls at
She
him.
turns around and everything. It's
Yeah.
like, dude,
Yeah.
you're on trial here.
So, I mean, now a lot of people would say we can't convict somebody on looks. You know, some people just look guilty and they're not guilty. Some people
Yeah.
look innocent and are guilty. So it's hard to judge it on her looks. I got a lot of shit for that. I was like, look at her eyes. She looks crazy. She got crazy woman
That's
eyes.
because they said that her symptoms in her eyes are the way they are because she has MS.
No,
But we've
she
never
got
been proven that
she
she's
got
got
sitting
MS.
bitch syndrome, is what sitting bitch face is what
Yeah.
it is, right? Like
Yeah.
she just can't
She's
hide
animated.
it. Yeah, she
Yeah.
can't hide her crazy. It just comes out. Like,
That's why I believe she did what she did out of impulse. She can't hold back. She can't
Yeah.
control it. And when you're drunk, it amplifies that.
Oh yeah.
When you're drunk, that takes over your mind. You don't have no mind.
Yeah.
Especially as drunk as she was.
Well, I mean, up to a certain level, like, I'll occasionally drink. I'm not a big drinker, and I'm good to a certain
You're not
point.
a woman, though.
I'm good to a certain point, but I can't say I haven't never drank enough to where I blacked out. I have. And that's scary because, blackout ain't unconscious. You're conscious. You just you're not aware of what you're doing.
Yeah,
Like,
but
that
she had a
demon
lot
comes in
of
and takes
that.
over. I don't know who takes over my body at a certain level, but somebody does. Somebody's
Probably your
driving
BFF.
it. Somebody's driving it. Demons. I don't know. I just know I black out and I don't remember nothing. And there was years where I played in a metal band and I would drink Jägermeister, which is the devil juice, and it would make me black out and not remember shit all the time. Like I wake up and be like calling my friends, "Hey, what happened? What did I do? Did I do anything stupid?" And it was, I always did something stupid. So that's usually the first question I asked. And then they would tell me what I did stupid. And then I'd be like, man, the internet's forever. You know what I'm saying? I hope them pictures don't show up on the internet. I hope they don't show up on the internet. So,
you got any jokes tonight, PJ?
You got any jokes?
Not right off the bat. I'll look for a couple and then come up with some.
She'll come up with something for you. All right.
Do you know what they call a nurse with dirty knees?
What do they call a nurse with dirty knees?
I can hear. I have a headset on.
Oh.
What?
The head nurse.
The head nurse.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that one.
Oh my God.
That's when the next time I go to the doctor, they'll be like, "Can you bring in the head nurse?"
Don't you do that.
I don't know what nurse you are. You the head nurse?
All
right, you be good. Peace.
Bye.
All right. The head nurse, okay?
Keep saying it.
I just said she said it. Why I'm the one to get hit when I didn't even say nothing about
You said it like
nurses?
15 times.
It was funny. It's
not that funny.
Send paramedics. Send help, people. I'm getting stabbed tonight. Just because I laughed at a joke. She's telling the other nurses at work, okay?
That's funny.
All right. I had never seen a nurse with dirty knees, to be honest. Okay.
I'm done.
All my nurses at the doctor's office, they look pretty clean. They must not be the head nurse. Okay. So I ain't seen the head nurse yet. I've only seen assistants. So, okay. Karen Reed, we're going to find out. Like I said, me and PJ will be in Massachusetts in the cold out there with the cult members. We want y'all to pray for us because they may kill us. Okay.
They're not.
They
Stop
may get
saying stuff out loud.
We may end up in a cult chasing the hell about Comet. Okay. If we show up with black shrouds and Reeboks, you know that Tom CPU got us. Okay. All right. It's coming. Now, the next thing we wanted to talk about.
To be 11:30, you lost your mind.
Okay.
I can't even talk straight.
I want to touch in on this because
the whole time anyway. I'm going to bed.
Not yet.
Okay.
This is a quick one. This is quick. This next story we're going to tap on is Sebastian Rders for sale. Okay. The young man, Sebastian Rders. When you think you've seen it all on the internet, you really ain't seen it all. There's a lot of certain outrage for certain creators when they do certain things. And usually, remember, certain people got in trouble for doing, remember Zav Girl, the incident with Zav Girl?
She was charging people for autopsy photos.
He was charging people for autopsy photos. And people, even the news covered it. Mm-hmm. The damn national news covered what Zav Girl did because it's basically exploitation at its worst.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, a lot of people call everybody tragedy pimps that talk about true crime or missing kids or anything like this. But there's certain things I think you do that are really the difference between talking about something and really being a tragedy pimp. Mm-hmm. Okay. Or doing something that's tragedy pimpish.
Actually, exploitation.
Okay. Directly profiting. And I ain't talking about doing your YouTube show because everybody does a YouTube show profits.
Right.
Okay. I'm talking about.
And if they say they don't, they're liars.
Yeah. If they say they don't profit off of it, They're profiting every time you see a commercial, even me. Okay.
Yeah.
It's when you take that child and you sell that child and you're making money directly off that child. Not off your show, not off your entertainment, but just that child. Okay. Now, there's creators out here that are selling videos and pictures of Sebastian Rogers. Is Sebastian Rogers for sale? Right? Is that something you should be doing as a creator? Now, there's a clip channel, and this channel's called the Chroma Reels. Okay. And the Chroma Reels did a video on a YouTube creator that is out here selling stuff of Sebastian Rogers. Now, listen, they're not selling things of Sebastian Rogers. Hold on. All right, let's take this call. Dolly. Okay, you did. All right, let's shut this phone line for now. We'll take phone calls on this in a minute. I will. PJ might be going to bed. I don't even know how this came through. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Yes.
It's Rose.
Hey, Rose. I guess that was PJ's sign.
Hi, PJ.
Okay, what's up, Rose?
Love you.
I was in the middle.
I
was in the middle about to talk about something. So, what's good with you, Rose?
I wanted to ask you first of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling a lot better, thank God. A little bit each day.
Yes. You know, you are so blessed. You have so many people that love you and pray for you. And, you know, love is the power. I mean, it's a super energy. It's amazing what love can do for you.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, you and PJ and the love you share. And anyway, I wanted to let you know that I am watching you, but I do have company tonight. My son, my fam is here.
Awesome.
My one and only Creep and his wife. Well, you know, they've been together 7 years, so. And then one of his friends has come over. So I've got the whole fam, and I've been cooking, and I'm quite happy, but I'm still talkative.
Okay.
You know, I still like to talk to my Jimmy.
I can see.
Yeah, but mostly just hope you're feeling better. Been thinking about you.
Thank you,
The
Rose.
Sebastian Rogers. Yeah, the and PJ, I think, is feeling better too. I hope. But the Sebastian Rogers case, I don't know what to do with it anymore. I really, you know.
Yeah, it's getting a little wild, a little crazy. You know, seeing people do things they shouldn't be doing. You know, and it's happening a lot. It's like every day I'm calling out somebody for bad behavior. Right? When is it really my job? Nah, but you know, this is one of those cases
Well,
we follow.
you know, it may have not been Jimmy. It may have not been what you thought you signed up for when you started your channel, but somehow the grace of God is showing you that this is your heart, this is your truth, and you just like to keep things lined up. And
I like to keep things legitimate and decent human being-ish. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think you got to be a great human being, Rose. I just think you need to be a decent person in this world. Decent. And it ain't really hard to be decent, you know?
Well, I think sometimes you just got to let down. You got to look at yourself. Like the other day, you know, I called, which I do sometimes. But, you know, when I heard you and PJ at the beach talking and stuff, you know, your adventure that Sunday, and I watched your show and I was like, wow, you know, I've made Jimmy feel taken advantage of. I know I over limit, you know, it's like, why am I so important, you know, but it's like you become a friend, like virtually. And
I understand, Rose.
Like,
I understand.
You know, it's nice to have someone to talk with.
I know. And that's why I do the call.
And then And I think that's why you're the best channel, to be quite frank with you.
Thank you, Rose. I'll pay you later.
Well,
the check's in the mail.
Check your
The check's in the mail.
Check your Venmo.
Okay, I will. All right, Rose, I'm going to let you go so I can get on with the story I need to share with the people because it's getting late.
But
okay?
you know, if I tell you I sent you a Venmo, don't
I'm not going to
twist your neck like
I'm not.
whiplash.
Don't worry, Rose. I'm not running over the check. All right, Keith.
All
right. So that was Rose. Let me. I had the phone line shut, and her call still went through. That's some voodoo right there. That's some rose voodoo magic, right? Like how you call in when it says do not disturb on, and her phone call still comes through. Okay, still comes through. Okay, back to what I was saying. Like, yeah, I'm not usually the one calling people out on shit, right? I'm not the one saying, hey, be a decent person. Don't do this, don't do that. But, the question is this: should people be selling images of Sebastian Rders when the money is not going to the family? Right now, I'm talking about directly making money off of this child. Like I said, not indirectly. Like tonight, we make a profit from our YouTube show, of course. All right. Talking about stories, the entertainment, the taking your phone calls. But we don't sell Sebastian Rders pictures. Okay. We don't sell autopsy photos. We don't show dead kids. Okay. I'm real funny about these dead kids. Remember the Cali Rodney stuff and what that dude did? But people have selective anger. Okay. If Dolly did something, is that even legal? I don't think it is. I think it's something you could get sued for, but I'm not sure. Right. I mean, it depends on, I don't know, but selective outrage is one of those things on YouTube. Like if I do the littlest thing, people give me hell. Okay. You let me troll a little bit or anything. And I guess because people expect better of Dolly. Right. And I'm an idiot. Sometimes I do stupid stuff. Right. But people expect, the good hearted Dolly not to do so much stupid stuff. But sometimes, I'm only human. But I've never done nothing like this. Okay. I don't get up here and show pictures of dead kids. I don't get up here and sell things behind a paywall or any of those things. I just don't do it. It's not something that I feel is the right thing to do, because then you are directly making money off the back of this child. And that is not good. Now, if you wasn't thinking and you didn't realize you were doing something bad, then you need to correct your ways and maybe fix this. Because listen, I don't want to give this creator a hard time. Okay. But all I want to say to this creator is do better. Maybe you didn't realize what you was doing was making money directly off the back of this child. Or maybe you did. And you did this with the intent to make some money. Now, if we take the money for our channel that we make off of ad revenues and donations and things like that to further the channel and to bring you stories and cases and to travel and to search for missing kids. So I understand people need money. Okay. I get it. If you're in a true crime but if you're somebody that sits at a desk and you don't go out and you don't do these things and you're not paying for hotels, you're not paying for airplane tickets, fucking rental cars, you ain't out there doing the work, but you're taking the money for it. I have a problem with that. Somebody says sell feet pics. I'm not getting paid like that. I can guarantee you that one. I ain't getting no money off my ugly ass pterodactyl feet. Right. So, it just ain't right. It just ain't right. And this ain't to bash this creator, but it's to say, hey man, let's do better as a community. Right. And we have to police ourselves. All right. When something ain't right, we can't have selective outrage. We can't get super mad at one person and not get mad at the next person when they do something, just because they pray to you and they play clappy hands when you donate to them. All right. We gotta be fair across the board. And when there's outrage, there should be the same outrage when people are doing these things. Because some people out here act like they're better than you, and they're not. Okay. We're all in this true crime field together. Everybody makes mistakes. I understand that. Dolly does, right? I tend to usually own my mistakes, apologize for them. Nobody's perfect. But I want to share this video with y'all. And this goes into this because this dude is selling videos of Sebastian Rders. I mean, it ain't like he's making $1 million off of it. But if you make any dollars off of it, I don't think it's right. Now, if you're making money off of your channel talking about Sebastian Rders, you're making money because you're entertaining your viewers. Okay. And you're just talking about that subject. To me, that's different. Okay, that's different than directly physically going, hey, I'll sell you this picture of Sebastian Rders for $3. Okay, so let's jump over here. Let's watch a little bit of this. And like I said, this channel is called the Chroma Reels, and they tagged me in this video for some reason. I don't know. Apparently, Dolly's part of the YouTube police now, and it's my job to police the community. I feel like a hall monitor right now. Okay, a hall monitor. I guess people have seen that, you know, what I said about Monkey Boy and the wrong he was doing in the Sebastian Sebastian case, and now for some reason people think I'm BFFs with Chris Proudfoot, which is not the case. Okay, not the case at all. I've never really even spoken to the man other than in a chat room asking him a question. But let's watch this video real fast so you understand what's going on. Pictures and video of Sebastian Rders.
Offline. I ain't perfectly okay.
You know what? I even went in and told Mob Crew that when he was sitting there talking all that, there was a whole bunch of shit he was saying. I can't remember what all he said, but I went in there and said, well, if you really want to know that bad, why don't you go in there? Why don't you go ask him? He's got no problem speaking to you.
Well, I got Mob Crew a better one. You want to look at your videos very carefully and you want to get them done correctly? Get off your damn computer and bring your ass down here and come find me, and I'll walk with you on every part of this road and walk with you on every part of your video. I got no problem with it. But when you sit behind the damn keyboard and you do the shit that you're doing, you play with fire, you're liable to get burned. You might want to reconsider some of the things he's doing right now, because he potentially may have a bigger issue down the road.
Yeah, I can't lie. I was pretty shocked about that Texas Roadhouse footage.
And I believe that's Chris saying in a nice way, I will sue your ass. I truly believe that's what it is. And some of these people out here, they won't even say his name because they know if they say his name that, but you can sit here and call somebody something else. The court, a civil case, they're going to know who you're talking about. Because we got one creator out here that wants to call him Edgar, and they want to call, what do they call fucking Katie over there? Coco or some shit. They call her something. I fucking forget. KK. Killer Katie. Okay. KK, Edgar, right? They want to make these code names. Well, let me tell you that. Code names ain't going to work in the court. All right. And I don't blame this person for, because you know, y'all been out here making up lies. It's one thing to cover a case. It's one thing to be suspicious of Chris and Katie. I'm suspicious of Chris and Katie, but I'm not out here accusing them of shit they didn't do. I just say I'm suspicious. I'm not out here making up things knowing I'm telling a lie. Okay? Because defamation is this. When you openly lie on somebody and you know you're lying, that is defamation. That is a lawsuit. You can be sued. Okay? You get out here, you start making up shit, knowing you're making it up, you are liable and you can be sued. You give, you know, you think you can just go, oh, well, I wasn't talking about them. I was talking about Edgar. The court ain't going to see it that way. Okay? When you up there and your slumlord is getting his money taken from him, the courts ain't going to see that. Right? They're going to see what you did and you lied to damage these people's credibility. Just because you do it behind a paywall on members only, you don't think they don't see that? You don't think people don't record that and it gets out of you making up things on the Proudfoots? These people are opening themselves up for lawsuits. Okay? You better understand what defamation is, right? You better understand what defamation is. It's when you lie and you know you're lying. Now, to be misinformed, right, and give your opinion is one thing. But when you straight up get up on this internet and you lie to hurt somebody's credibility, right? You got to remember, this dude has a job. If you get out here and lie on somebody, it could take the possibility of hurting their career or hurting them getting a job or hurting them financially. You're liable for that. Okay, it don't matter if you call them Chris, if you call them Edgar, if you call them a motherfucker, it don't matter, right? But they think they're safe behind that, and they really ain't, right? And these people that are making up things, I hate it, right? I hate it because it muddies the water in missing kid cases, because I like to go search. And if you're out here making up shit, people come into true crime every day, right? I came in during the Summer Wells search. When I came in, there was these same people, the same people now, not Mob Crew. Mob Crew had nothing to do with this. But these other people were muddying the water of the Summer Wells case. And you know what it made it? It made it hard for me to find information that was real, and it made it hard for me to tell wasn't real. It was just, water was so muddy. I didn't know if this was factual, if it wasn't factual. You couldn't really tell because it was so muddied from people putting out misinformation to muddy the water for no reason, right? And what it does is, to me, it makes it hard to figure out what the hell is going on, right? What's true and what's not. You don't know. The people on the internet don't know.
Being on their members only and Patreon and shit like that. I don't know if you guys know.
First tier is $250, which ain't much. Huge reveal on 3 a.m. car, Sebastian Rders, highlights from interviews. So selling a Texas Roadhouse video, last footage of Sebastian Rders at Texas Roadhouse, highlights from Junior interview and Richard Allen trial, huge reveal of 3 a.m. See, now, I guess, now, some of it I can say you could probably get away with putting on your Patreon, okay? Maybe his version of the cars, you know, his thoughts on it, maybe he could sell that on Patreon. That's nothing wrong with that. But now selling a public video of Sebastian at Texas Roadhouse, that is where it gets a little sketchy. You probably shouldn't be doing that, okay? You probably shouldn't be doing that. Now, if you're selling your own take on things, you know, maybe that's acceptable. You know, I would say, okay, you put your video on your Patreon for your Patreon viewers. But the selling public stuff that's open to the public of this child, I don't think that's quite right. Okay. So it looks like there's some half fouls here. Like, yeah, it's a gray line, but definitely the Texas Roadhouse video. That's was put out by Dog. Why would the Mob Crew sell it? It was also put out by Stephen Fisher. Yeah, why would he be selling it? Dolly, do you know how Dog and Nick got the video from Texas Roadhouse? Yeah, I'm sure it was under a FOIA request. Okay, because you know the stuff that the police had took, you can FOIA request the police and they give you that information. But to me, there's a little bit of a gray area. There's the you're putting out your videos and you're selling your videos is one thing, but selling just a video of the kid or pictures of the kid, that's when it gets a little strange. I mean, he did it in the Maddie Soto, Sebastian Rders.
Him, because I want to know if he spoke to Seth, and Seth okay with somebody selling videos of his son and making a profit on it. There's a good question. Maybe he should talk to Seth.
Yeah, maybe he should talk to Seth. Needs your help. Help support Chris Hall in his mission to find the missing. Now, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Okay, if he has a GoFundMe, we have one for traveling expenses that help us cover cases. But then again, we're not selling videos of Sebastian Rders either. You know what I'm saying? So my name is Chris. I'm reaching out to you with a heartfelt plea for help. As a YouTube content creator, I have dedicated my life to helping families of the missing people locate their loved ones. How do you do that? Do you search? It's a mission I'm devoted to and one I want to continue to for many years. However, I am currently facing a serious financial crisis and I need your help. Okay, well, I mean, that's acceptable. That I don't see nothing wrong with this part. Okay, like if you're asking your people to help you, but you also need to be looking. I mean, you're saying you're looking for helping families. I mean, I don't understand that. Okay, but then again, listen, I ain't here to bash this guy because I don't know too much about the mob crew. Okay, I've watched a few of his videos. Some of the things he said, I agreed with. He does do the when he talks drives me crazy. Okay, but far as the GoFundMe's, if you're really looking and you're really helping, was that a photo? He was selling photos of Matty Soto. He was selling shit of everybody. I don't know. This is where, like I'm saying, I don't know. I don't think these kids should be for sale. Right now, listen, far as the GoFundMe, like I said, we have one right now that helps with our travel and expenses. So for everybody that has donated to that, thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. That really does help our channel get to these locations, cover these cases for you. But you see, guys, we do that. You've seen it. We're going to Boston just here in a couple of weeks to cover the Karen Reed case. I'm flying out to Idaho. I'm flying out to Florida. So I'm going to all these places. So you know where the money goes. You see it, right? Plane tickets ain't free. Rental cars, hotel, all these things we do are not free. So we do these things though. We don't just say it. We do it. I don't just walk the walk. I don't just get up here and sit in front of a fucking microphone. I get out there and actually search, look. Now it's been a little while because, Dolly got to get his health right. All right. Health is the most important thing, that I'm here with you guys first. But even when I had the heart attack, I get out of ICU. Shit, within a couple of weeks, we're in Georgia covering Quentin Simon. Then into Tennessee looking for Sebastian. I had just had a heart attack. Back looking for Summer Wells. So anybody can say you're helping families and things, but you really got to get out there and do it. Now, I don't have a problem with them raising money, not at all. But if you're going to raise money to help families, then shit, when I look in the bushes, you better be right beside JLR. Okay, you better be right over there with him, because I guarantee you this: JLR is going to be in the bushes. He's taking his money he's making and he's out doing shit. If you're going to take the money saying you're going to do these things, we want you out there doing it. But when I look over, I want to see the mob crew at the next case that I'm at. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. If you're going to take under the guidance of you helping, then I want to see you help. Okay, he does search. Okay, well, awesome. Then I have no problem with what he does. If he gets out there on the grind and he looks and he's in those woods, then yeah, of course, he can have a GoFundMe. And I say, guys, support him if he does that. Now, as far as selling the videos of Sebastian, that ain't right. Okay, don't do that. Take that shit down. Right. And, no harm, no foul. Maybe you didn't know. There is that gray area.
Seth,
Probably if he gets a cut. That's just my opinion.
Well, Tennessee does have a law. You're not supposed to.
Okay, he said he became unable to work.
Of children under the age of a certain age for.
All right, hold on, let me back this up. Okay, despite the growth of my channel, I am still struggling to achieve the financial stability I desperately need. I know I'm blessed to have the opportunity to make YouTube my career, but the revenue from YouTube channel isn't enough to cover my financial obligations. Without immediate help, I am risk of losing my apartment, my car, and bankruptcy. How to donate will help. Wow. Listen, I don't know your circumstances, bro. Like, here's the thing. Like, when I went full-time YouTubing, I took a chance, right? I took a chance of, is this going to work? Is this not going to work? But when I did this, I knew at any point I could go back to work. Okay. Dolly has, I went to school. I have a lot of different trades. All right. I own companies. I owned a paint company. I worked as a master electrician. I hold a Class A CDL license to drive 18-wheeler trucks. I have a lot of different trades. And that's one good thing to teach a young person is a trade. And you know now I make soaps and I print T-shirts. I got my own little screen printing business going on now. So I didn't jump into YouTube saying, okay, well, I'm just going to be able to YouTube, right? Because ad revenue is not a lot, like this YouTube creator saying. And I try to explain that to you guys all the time, that I'm not rich from YouTube. That when I sell my Dolly soap, buy dollysoap.com, there's a good roll into that plug, how important it is, because that keeps me here bringing y'all information. That keeps it to where I don't have to go to work and I can go on the road and cover these cases and do these things. I built a business. I didn't just build a YouTube channel. Okay. The importance of Dolly soap is this. Yeah, I sound like a used car salesman, but my lights are paid. There's food in my refrigerator. I'm not getting kicked out. Okay. So it was important to build me to do my own merch. Okay. Because Big Brother takes a big chunk of any profit that you can make. So it was important for me to do my own merch, be able to, but I invested in myself. Okay. Like money that comes into YouTube. And I learned this from Mr. Beast. All right. He invested every penny he ever made into himself. And now look at him. He's rich as shit. All right. He built an empire. But he said he took for the first 10 years or whatever it was, and he just put every bit back into itself, which I was like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. So, I started buying the printers to print sublimation stuff, just like we started doing the tumblers. I make tumblers now, right? Because I invested in buying the equipment, which wasn't cheap, right? I got the press, the hat presses, the shirt presses. So slowly as I made money, I invested that money into myself to make more money. You ever heard the saying, it takes money to make money? Okay. And we started off here with nothing. And when I mean nothing, I mean this channel was started with an iPhone 5. Okay. No computer, no monitors, no lights, no microphone, nothing. Okay. And I have built so much in the past few years investing in myself. Okay. Now we have a full merch line. We sell soaps, body lotions, body washes, shower caddies, you name it. And yes, it is a little bit like a used car salesman. But if you just go, hey, I'm going to be a YouTuber, and you don't have a backup plan, that is your first mistake. Okay. Because could I do this with just off of YouTube? I couldn't. And you guys donate all the time. And I love it. Thank you guys. It helps a lot. But it takes all of that to make this wheel roll. It takes me grinding on the soaps, me making the lotions, the body washes, the printing the shirts, the selling the shirts, the Turtle Islands, the videos, everything to be a full-time YouTuber. I tell people all the time, I work harder now. I pull more hours. I don't know if I work harder. That's probably the wrong word. I pull more hours doing YouTube than I did working an 8-hour a day job. Okay. Cause you got to remember, you only had to do 40 hours working at work. Okay. To get my check. I only had to work. I didn't work on the weekends. Some weekends I would, if I wanted a little extra money, but I worked. And I remember in the beginning, I worked every day and then came here and stayed up to like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning streaming. And then would get up at 7, go to work during construction, crawling in attics, under houses. I'm thankful that I don't have to do that anymore. And I'm not at threat of having to do that, but you are your own boss now. Okay. So, and I knew I was getting older. Okay. My health, y'all seen I had a heart attack, right? So I knew I was getting older. My body's breaking down. I can't do that forever. Right. And I needed something else. I needed that transition. And me, I come up as an entertainer, I was in a band for years traveling around. So the entertainment part of it's always come natural to me. Just goofy, one of the cameras and the microphones. It's always been one of my things, right? So it was a smooth transition for me from entertainment to just a different form of entertainment. But I feel bad that this dude's in the situation that he's in. And I could tell you some great people for him to watch would have been interviews with Mr. Beast. Not his show, but him talking about how he built his YouTube channel. And another person is the dude that raises the alpacas, Jeffree Star. The reason I'm able to do what I do is partly thanks to Jeffree Star. Okay, because I watched Jeffree Star because back when he was crazy with the long nails and he was transitioning into from a man to a woman, but he had super good business sense about him. It I take away all the other stuff that Jeffree Star is, and you look at the business aspect of Jeffree Star of building a brand, merchandising, using his channel for his own advertisement for his merchandise. It's like he was his own commercial on his own channel. So he used his audience to build his brand. And financially, you look at him, he lives in a mansion, okay, raising alpacas, right? I'm not at that level anyway, but I look at myself as a baby Jeffree Star, not in drag or nothing, but that I learned from these people. I learned from these people that he does makeup and he sells makeup, billions of dollars worth of makeup. But I knew then, I was like, I need my own product. I need to make my own thing. And then the joke from Fight Club with the soap started off as I'm going to sell soap to financially support the channel. It sounds stupid, right? Until you own a soap business. It don't sound so stupid when I pay my bills or when I sell a bar of soap or a bottle of lotion, or I don't sell at the level of Jeffree Star, but maybe one day I will. You see what I'm saying? You have to take that into consideration. Everybody thinks they're going to jump on YouTube and be the next big, huge thing. It takes a lot of work on these YouTube streets. Some people are really lucky and blessed and they blow up overnight. But some people have to take the long road, the journey, like me. And if you're willing to put in the work and you're willing to trek down the road every day and be dedicated to the craft that you do, I believe you can succeed in anything, right? So, I use the Captain Crunch body wash for bubble bath tonight. It works great. See, there you go, Turtle Gang. But these are some of the people that you learn from people. You learn little things. And I've taken this information, like I said, that has helped my channel from Mr. Beast, damn Fight Club, and Jeffree Star, out of all the weird things that it is. And it's helped me to do the things that we do.
Take pictures of children under the age of a certain age for money.
When it goes into feed somebody, they'll be full for one day. You teach somebody to fish, they'll eat for a lifetime. Okay? This dude needs to learn to fish. Okay? That's all it is. He needs to learn to fish. Despite the growth of my channel, I am struggling to achieve the financial stability. Okay, we read that.
Without permission from the parents.
I am seeking to raise $5,000 by the end of July 2024 to cover my essential bills and personal finances, as well as an investment in field work to help find missing people. I'm personally and financially invested in finding Aiden Clune and bringing him home to his mother and family. I think I can't see that. Your financial support will allow me to continue my work in the field, searching for missing people and providing critical support to their families, as well as covering my personal expenses. Your donations will ensure that I can focus on the virtual work without the fear of financial ruin. Virtual work. Okay. Virtual work. I didn't know that's a thing. Okay. I didn't know virtual work. I think I get what he's saying because he does like the overlapping videos and things. And he's been studying the lights for fucking months at a time. you know, I don't know what to say. Like, I think, you know, there's nothing wrong with the GoFundMe part of it. He's being honest. He's saying he's struggling. He's saying he can't pay his bills. I mean, it's nothing wrong with helping people. I think everybody, you know, it's easy to beat somebody down and it's a little bit harder to help pick them up. All right. But you can't expect people to pick you up every time. You got to be like, you know, I don't know what he does. You see what I'm saying? So it makes it tough for me to speak on what he's doing because I don't like, I've seen people out here say, Mab says, I'd like a virtual job, right? A virtual job. If you go out and you search and you're looking, and he does do that, according to some people, I don't know. But if he does, then I see nothing wrong with him needing help. Okay. Because you don't have to do those things, right? Like, but if I have the support, I will. I understand the financial thing too, because you know, Dolly, this is my job. But you know, then again, I got Dolly soap, I got the screen print and stuff that I do, and it does fairly well. It don't do bad. I can't say it does bad. It does fairly well. So it keeps me afloat. So I tell people all the time as a YouTuber, it's hard to stay afloat just YouTubing because you could have a really good month, right? Where things are rolling, lots of viewers, a lot of like donations, but you can't think that you're going to get those donations every day, right? Like there's days that, you know, I may make $100 in donations. Today, I probably made $10, right? It's think about that. I've been up here for any job that I would have worked for 3 hours. I made 20 plus an hour. That's not working on the base, right? I would have done made 60, $80 by now at a job, right? Up here, I've made, I don't know exactly. Let me look. Maybe $10, somewhere around in there. I don't have it pulled up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I'm just curious at this point. Go live. Let's see. I've made $10.98. Okay. That's what the profit from this video right now. And that's what YouTube still takes 30% of that $10.98. So really, I made $7 in 3 hours. Okay. That is below minimum wage. Facts. I mean, it just is. So you don't know when people are going to feel generous and want to give and when they're not. So it's hard to base anything off of YouTube donations. All right. Some people make, well, $10, love your face. There you go. Now I'm rich. I'm rich, right? I'm trying to show to people that you don't know when people are going to give and when they're not going to give. You can't tell people, give me your money, right? Give me your money, right? I mean, I guess you can, but then people wouldn't want to, you know, they'd get over that shit fast, right? But you, at the same time, you can't get up here and sell pictures or videos of missing kids that are open to the public. I mean, you can. Is it the Dolly is photogenic? You can. Is it right? I mean, I say don't do that. I mean, but that's just my opinion. And everybody got one. Good vibe. Now y'all want to donate. Now y'all see how broke I was. Right? Y'all feeling bad for me now, right? Now y'all feel bad. Y'all wasn't feeling bad for me when I was $7 in. Well, now you feel bad for me. All right, good vibes. Thank you. Short legs, $10. Bam. Okay, now I don't feel so bad. There's waitresses out there making more money than me, right? I love your face too. Thank you, Sage. See, look. Now y'all know. See, people don't know. They don't know. And you don't know people's struggles. I understand it. I get it, right? Short legs with $2 super sticker. Thank you, guys. A little late, though. You're a little late to the dance. Now y'all want to get on the Dolly train, okay? So I'm not knocking a dude for struggling. Listen, everybody struggles, man. I remember when I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. It just is what it is. But you need to build it, like if you want some advice, I can give you that free. It won't even cost you nothing. I don't hate anybody up here on YouTube. Sometimes people think I'm talking shit, and really I'm not, right? Like, I want to encourage people to do better. That's it. Just do better. Listen, hey man, you made a mistake. I've done it. Everybody's done it, right? But you look at certain people, when some people do stuff that are wrong, they get canceled. And then other people do things that are wrong, monkey boy, and nobody says anything. He cries and people super chat him. We got to hold everybody accountable the same kind of way, like we can't just be like, we're going to be mean to you, but we're going to be super nice to this person that done basically the same thing you done, right? It's that selective outrage for people up here on the YouTube that pisses me off, because people get so mad at me over the littlest things when you got people damn committing axe murder over here, but nobody's mad at them, right? Nobody's mad at them. But you let me do something stupid and everybody's in a fucking uproar, right? It don't make sense to me, right? It just don't make sense to me. We got to hold everybody to a certain standard, right? Nobody's perfect. We understand that as human beings, right? But I just think that, hey, when you do something, try to do better. That's it.
I don't know. Maybe something some people should look into first.
But here's the thing, this is, if you're out here selling videos and pictures of people's kids and you're not financially doing well, okay, the last thing you want to do is end up in court. Okay, the last thing you want to do is end up in court, especially because you already said in your own words you're struggling, you're behind financially, and that now you on the verge of a parent coming after you for exploiting their kid, right? Like directly, like you're selling videos of that kid. That's like, you could go up into a courtroom and say, yeah, I'm talking about the kid, but I'm performing my show, and it comes with the show. But if you're directly just selling pictures and videos of that kid, you're making money off of somebody's kid that's not yours, right? I don't sell nothing on my Patreon. I hardly even use it, okay? I have one. I used to have members and I used to put stuff up there. It just got too hectic for me to try to YouTube. And I figure, if I'm going to charge you to be a member here, why should I charge you to be a member there? It's double dipping is what it is. But I can understand, as a small creator, if you're not making enough here, you do stuff here and charge people that are really interested in it. I get it. I understand it. And for this creator, he may need to do that financially to survive. Okay. But you can sell your videos, but don't sell videos that are not your videos of missing kids. That's where you're effing up, right? The rest of it, I don't really have a problem with it. Like, if you need help of your viewers and you're asking for help, nothing wrong with it. I do the same thing. Look, hey guys, we're going to mass. Every bit that y'all donate to us, it helps in that. And I have for one of my mods, you can post it, right? It helps us get to these locations and do these things. So I understand what he's doing. I get it. The stuff about the kids, Sebastian Rders, I would take that. Just advice from me is I would take that stuff down. Okay. You can see right there that certain people on the internet ain't happy with it. The family don't appear to be too happy with it. So to avoid all that chaos, just take it down. I mean, I don't know if you're really making, just because he's selling it, don't mean anybody bought it. Okay. Like, there's things I sell on my online store. Just because I'm selling it don't mean people are buying it. Usually when people ain't buying it, I discontinue it and sell the things that people do want to buy. So just because he has it up there for $3 don't mean people are paying $3 to watch it. And here's the thing. Plunder, everybody loves Plunder. She does the same thing. I buy stuff from Plunder. Okay, but she pays the FOIA requested, and then she sells it to try to get her money back. I get that too. I've been a member on all your channels forever. It's my small part that I can do to support what you do. Turtle for life. Don, thank you so much. 27 months, right? That's some love right there. That's some to put up with this face for 27 months. That is something else. So, but it takes, I tell y'all all the time, it takes everybody, the people that donate, the people that don't donate, the people that just like the video, it all makes the system work. Okay. For people that buy my merch. If you haven't, check it out. It helps out the cause, right? Keeps us alive. I don't say that, just to say it. I mean, it's true, without you guys' support. Now, would I die? Would I end up bankrupt? I wouldn't. I would end up going back to work, right? And working my ass off and be broke down and wouldn't be able to bring as much content to YouTube. But the good thing about that is I have something to fall back on, and my health is good enough that if I had to, not that I should, because I'm at that age I should get to kick back a little bit. I could go back and do something to make a living other than this. And I know that. So I don't never worry too much, because I know if worse came to worse, I would have something to go back to. Even my company that I worked for before I went full-time YouTube, I'm really good friends with them. They come over and visit. My boss, he still comes over and visits the dude I work for. And he's always like, hey, you want to go back to work yet? And I'm like, no, dude. No. He's like, you sure? You want to work this weekend? Right? So I don't even have to go back full-time. I could go back part-time. If I just wanted to work 1 day a week, I could go work 1 day a week. If I wanted to work 7 days a week, I could go back and work 7 days a week. And no questions asked, like anytime I want, right? Like my spot's there. These people the owner of this company I've been friends with since we were kids. So, I mean, my spot is locked in if I ever need that spot, which is good, but hopefully I can continue to chase what I'm doing, hunting for missing people, building my YouTube channel, building my brand, and we don't have to worry about that stuff anymore, And hopefully this guy right here, he gets to a level of that, but he needs to think of other avenues to bring in income other than selling videos of kids and ideas. Okay. Long story short.
That's right.
Okay, let me see what that says. I just wanted to update and thank everyone who has helped me in the past month. Because of your donations, I was able to go out multiple times in July. But as the month is coming to an end, I will be heading back out in August. If you would like to share this link, you know that I will put the funds towards bringing Aiden home. Okay, well, right there. I mean, he's saying he's went out a few times looking for missing kids. Is Aiden a missing kid? Don't lose your passion, Dolly. I'm not. I'm in this to win this. Okay. Y'all got my ugly face every day. Don't worry, y'all ain't getting rid of me that easy. All right. Bye, Dolly Soap. Yeah, then this dude right here, July 30th, 2024. This is old. Okay, this is old. But if he's somebody that really goes out and looks for missing kids, listen, I wish him nothing but the best. I want more people to go out looking for missing people and help the best you can.
That's right.
Okay. So these kids are not for sale. All right. I know it says Sebastian Rogers for sale on the thing, but the point it is, these kids are not for sale. We don't want people putting dead kids behind paywalls. People have done it. We don't want autopsies behind paywalls. People have done it. We don't want public videos of Sebastian Rogers behind a paywall. Okay, I don't think anybody on the YouTube streets wants that. Now, I don't know if he, like I said, I don't know if he sold any of that stuff or if he didn't sell anything or he didn't realize that's probably not the best thing to do. Then, yes, I had long hair, Capital Production. Yeah. Now I'm going bald. So, no more long hair. The rage days are over with. Now I'm an old, slow ass old man. Okay. But I was a hell raiser in my day. Okay. I raised a little bit of hell back in the good old days. Okay. Tomorrow I'm going to go ride horses and I got my cowboy outfit. I got my cowboy boots. I got my cowboy hat. I got my cowboy shirt. I got my cowboy jeans. Okay. I got the whole outfit, the belt buckle and everything. And y'all going to get to see that tomorrow. Okay. Because I'm going full cowboy. I can't just go ride a horse. Okay. That wouldn't be no fun. I got to go full cowboy to ride the horse. So I had to get boots. I had to get a hat. There was things I needed, right? There's expenses. Okay. There's expenses. I can't just go jump on the back of a horse. Okay. I got to be full cowboy. I've been working on my cowboy voice, I reckon, you know? So I've been working on my cowboy voice, everything. And I'm going live tomorrow around 12:30. We ride horses at 1. But y'all get to see me in my, the best model on YouTube. Y'all get to see me in my full cowboy gear tomorrow. Okay. My assless chaps. I'm just kidding. I ain't wearing no assless chaps. But you will get to see me full cowboy boots, cowboy hat. I got the shirt, the jeans, the whole thing. And I'm going to be out riding horses for the first time. So if I get bucked off this horse for looking like a fucking idiot, I'm going to be full Christopher Reed out here. Okay. Superman, you know, that's what took Superman out of the game was a horse. But apparently they say you got to wear a helmet. Right? I'm like, ain't they going to fuck up my cowboy hat? I just bought a cowboy hat. Okay. So at least I'm getting on the horse with the cowboy hat. I may take the hat off once I get on and put on a helmet just in case it kicks me off the horse. Now I ain't a professional horse rider. I've never rode one a day in my life. Okay. I've never been on a horse. This is on the bucket list. Now I got to ride a horse. So I'm going horseback riding for an hour tomorrow. Okay. Full cowboy gear. And we're going live. You'll get to see it. You'll get to be here with me. Giddy up, little pony, all that good stuff, right? You're going to hear my best young gun impressions, you know, down yonder, you know, everything. It's going to be epic. You got thrown once? Okay. Thanks for telling me. Put the fear of God in me. I'm scared of horses. I always just feel like every time I walk up a horse, it's going to kick the shit out of me. They big. Okay. And I'm little. Your ass is going to be sore. Okay, well, I'm already sore. I don't know how that's gonna work, but it is what it is. Okay, and then after the horseback riding, we're going to a mystery dinner. Okay, to where somebody in there is a murderer, and you got to solve the murder. We got a busy day tomorrow. Horseback riding, dinner, and then I'm going to watch the fights because the fights tomorrow, right? So I got a full day from fucking the time I open my eyes to the time I go to bed. It's going to be a busy day. So, but I'm going to bring y'all with me. I don't know if I can bring y'all with me to the murder mystery dinner because I think it's private, like a you ain't supposed to film kind of thing. But I'm definitely going to bring y'all with me horseback ride. All right. So be prepared for that. It's going down. Dolly back in the saddle. Okay. Back in the damn saddle again. So let me see. What else did I want to show you guys? Okay. I will open the phone lines up and I want to hear from you guys. Y'all may know about the mob crew more than me. What do you think though? Should he take these videos down of like Sebastian in the Texas Roadhouse? Should he be selling those things? That is my question. Let me put the number back on the screen and let me open the phone lines back up. And you guys give me your thoughts, especially if you watch the mob crew. Is he a decent dude that does searching? Like, does he do what I do? Or does he do better than me? You know, like, I don't know. I don't know quite what he does. The only thing I've ever really seen from the mob crew was the headlight videos. I didn't know who he was before these headlight videos. And then he did like 700 videos on the headlights. So, in the flashlights. That's why I got this damn flashlight. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Annie.
Hey, Annie. How you doing?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Awesome. I'm doing okay. A little bit better than I was yesterday. That's for sure.
That's good. That's good. Hey, I was just looking at your podcast here. What's going on with this guy? Why is he putting up these horrible things selling Sebastian Rders?
I mean, I don't know. I couldn't figure it out myself. I can understand him, selling his videos of him talking about Sebastian. I get it. I don't do it, but I understand people that do stuff like that. What I don't get is like selling the video of him at Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, that don't make sense. And then where does he get the other videos from? Seth's channel or what? I mean, what kind of pictures is he trying to sell? Is he getting it all from Seth?
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think that you should be selling anything to do with a missing kid.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think so either.
Unless you have permission from the parents like Seth or Chris or Katie, one of the three. I mean, I think they could say, hey, yeah, you could sell stuff with our thing. And I think if you're going to sell things with missing kids, it should go to some type of charity.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think too.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I would have to go over there and buy it to see what he's selling. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that helps the cause either, you know?
Oh, no, that's just, that's horrible. I hate to see that.
Well, I think it's because he's not financially doing good and he figures, hey, this will help, but it's probably a bad decision, right? Like he probably should have thought it out a little bit better.
Yeah, but there's so many other things you can do to get money. I mean, why do that?
I mean, I guess. I mean, it depends without breaking the law. You want to stay inside the law of making money, you know?
Exactly.
And
and you inspired me so much tonight, Dolly, because I've been a marketplace seller, and I actually stopped selling my stuff for a while now, and listening to you tonight, I'm like, I really got to get back into it.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that, Dolly, because I need some inspiration.
The best advice I can give people is invest in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody will.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I got to do, because I got to get back into it. I was making some good money, and now I stopped doing it for a while, and I'm like, okay, Dolly's right. I got to get back into doing this.
And there was a lady that sold on Etsy that helped me. I can't give all the credit to Jeffree Star and damn Mr. Beast and Fight Club. There was a lady that sold on Etsy, and she basically told me all the scanners and the printers to do labeling and help me with how I should package and things like that in the very beginning. And she taught me a lot. Right.
Nice.
She taught me a lot of ways to save money in the very beginning. And but one thing I think is crucial, I would tell people is, if you're serious, go ahead and buy the better stuff now instead of the cheap Japanese shit, the Chinese stuff that breaks, because you're going to end up having to buy that same printer 4 times when you could have just went, instead of spending $200, spent $400, bought one printer that would have lasted you the whole time. You know, because then you're going to be down, like machines go down, stuff breaks. You got to be prepared for that. Like I have a Canon right here that's shot, right? That's a $600 printer, right? So you got to prepare for that printer is not going to last forever, right? That I do sublimation with. So I had to buy me a new printer, but over time, these types of printers get cheaper. So this actual new printer I got is nicer than the old printer I got, and it was cheaper. But you got to prepare yourself that these machines ain't going to last forever. They're going to go out. So I say it's better to buy something, spend a little bit more money and get something that has a little more life than to buy the cheaper one. Now, if you're just doing it for a minute or a hobby, then buy the cheapest thing you can buy. But if you plan on making it a business, you need to get the good shit as soon as you can, as soon as you can financially afford it.
Yeah, exactly. I have a Canon too, and I use it, to print my labels and stuff. So I totally get what you mean.
Yeah, and you'll save money in the long run, because I've done spent more money on like thermal printers than I can even count. Them bitches break all the time, and so now I buy a nice one, and it lasts way longer. It's going to eventually break, but it lasts twice as long as one of them cheap ones.
Nice. Well, you should be proud of yourself, Dolly, for going, so far ahead in life. That's pretty good. You've gone through a lot with your heart attack and everything else.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, and I was gonna say too, I thought we were gonna talk about Bryan Kohberger tonight. I know you mentioned yesterday we were gonna kind of
top on that, but I figured you probably ran out of time.
Yes. Yeah, I ran out a lot of time. We didn't have much time last night, so I'm going to be here for a few tonight. I'm going to go over some of the Richard Allen stuff here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, I think he's innocent. I really do. I left you a comment on your page. I don't know if you read it or not.
Yeah, I read all the comments. People don't think I do, but I do. I usually read them when I first wake up in the morning. I'll flip through the comments and start reading all the comments. I don't have a chance to reply back to everybody anymore because my days have been so busy, but I do get a chance to read everybody's comments.
Yeah, I don't think he's guilty. I think that he basically has been trapped into a cage where they're basically like telling him, you did it, you did it, you did it. And what is he going to do? I mean, he keeps saying he didn't do it, and they're not believing him. So it's just like abuse, you know. You keep telling somebody they're dumb, they're ugly, they're stupid, they're going to believe it.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's like, yeah. So I think he's innocent, and I don't know. I hope the best for him. It's just that it's like the Bryan Kohberger case. You know, they're trying to do all this stuff to make him innocent and not show all this extra footage and everything in the courtroom. And it's like, you know, Karen Reed, they're trying to, you know, go around her and make her not, you know, guilty and everything. But yet the guy that you think would be, you know, innocent, they're treating them like a dog in a damn cage.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
you know what I mean?
I mean, some people get different treatment than other people, which is, it's weird because if you look at Bryan Kohberger's charge, you know, I would say his is worse than, it's hard to say because you 4 deaths, I would say outweigh 2 deaths. A life is a life. So I would say Bryan Kohberger is worse than Richard Allen, you know. Some people would say
but I
different
mean,
because Abby and Libby were kids, but they were
right.
college for Xander. They may have been a little bit older, but to me, they were kids too. So we're weighing 4 kids to 2 kids, both of them bad. But I would say Kohberger's a worse of a person. Why ain't he being treated like Richard Allen? Why does this fucking dude got so many rights, but yet you lock this man in a cage and pump drugs into him, right? You're not doing that.
Yeah, and that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I mean, why are they giving special treatment to Kohberger and, you know, oh, we can't show this in the courtroom and we can't do that.
They're looking at his
you know what I
crotch.
mean?
Yeah, I know exactly. To me, I think if you're going to treat somebody like damn Hannibal Lecter, treat Bryan Kohberger like that.
Right.
Or treat
I know,
them
that's
all
what I
like
was
that.
thinking.
If you're going to treat one like that, treat them all like that, you know. But when you don't, then you're looking at, you know, you're violating people's constitutional rights. And I believe that his constitutional rights were violated. Like, that don't mean he didn't do it, but I don't think he did. I don't know he didn't, you know. I just don't think he did. I think that they're trying to railroad an innocent man after 5 years. Why now? Okay, you had 5 years, 6 years.
Well, you know why, Dolly? Because he ain't got money.
Yeah, he ain't had no money. He
ain't got no money like Karen Reed trying to pay him off and everything.
No, he didn't have no money. He definitely didn't have no money. And they just wanted answers for them 2 kids. But you didn't have answers for 6 years. Why?
But I mean, he really didn't have anything on him. I mean, what the bullet? What
That
was that?
bullshit.
I mean,
that was bullshit.
Yeah, I think that was bullshit too.
So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like he should have never confessed. I don't know what they were twisting his arm or what they were doing to him, but he should have never said the things he said. And even saying it not knowing, like I must have done it.
Yeah, but the way he said it, he was like, I think I did.
Yeah, I think I did.
I think I did. It's like he's questioning himself.
Yeah, he's
you know what
questioning
I mean?
himself.
So it's like,
And he confessed to shooting the girls. He never shot the girls. The first confession, he shot them because he knew that bullet was there. But they didn't die. They didn't die by being shot. Their necks were cut. He didn't even know that. Like, you would think he would know that. Where's the knife he used to do it? Where's the murder weapon? There's no DNA. There's nobody that puts him at the crime, like where the girls' bodies were. There's no murder weapon. There's no physical. There's no DNA. There's no nothing. There's more against Karen Reed than there is against Richard Allen.
mm-hmm.
You know, there's
yeah,
DNA
it's
on
sad
her
what
bumper.
they're doing to him.
So I mean, yeah, it's he'll end up getting another trial. So But will he get a fair one? That's the $1 million question in this world. Some people, they just seem like they want you in prison. If you don't have the money to fight the system, they're going to get you. That's the one thing about Karen Reed. I was telling PJ today. I was like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she walks. She has money. Money buys your freedom in this world. It just is what it is. We live in a world that you can buy people.
Yeah, that's really sad, because it should be, equal rights and fair
It ain't.
trial stuff.
I think everybody knows
not.
that, truthfully knows that the world's not fair.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right. Hey, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, thank you, Dolly. Thanks for taking my call. Have a good night.
Not a problem. Peace.
Okay, bye.
All right. So we done touched in on the whole, is it right or wrong, to sell these videos of these kids? Like I said, now I see other people do it and they don't get the backlash, right? Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. It's Marley.
Hey, Marley.
From Arizona.
Hey, cool. What's going on?
So, I'm just, enjoying my Saturday.
Awesome. Well, Saturday morning.
Oh, well, Saturday night here going to be, it's 9:35 here. What time is it there? 2 hours ahead?
It's 9:35 where you're at?
Yeah,
Friday night,
I'm in Arizona.
9:30? You're in Arizona? Okay, so you're like 3 hours back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's right. Today is Friday. What the hell?
Yeah, it's Friday. You're enjoying your Friday night. I'm enjoying Saturday morning.
Oh, I told you I found you from, listening to JLR, and JLR was doing, what case? It was a case he was doing, and he was, talking about your channel and everything, and I came over and I started listening, and I subbed up to you, and then found out about Mob Crew. So Mob Crew, he's a good guy. He really is. I think I've talked to you about him before with the light video and everything.
Honestly, I don't know much about him. I truly don't.
I know.
I know about the light
you've shared
videos,
that with
but
me.
not much more than that.
Yeah. I know. You've shared that with me. So what I know about him, because I've watched his channel for a year, he does go out and do boots on the ground.
And that's awesome. I ain't got no beef with him then. There needs to be more people like that. I mean, if you go out and look, I don't see nothing wrong with him having the GoFundMe that help get out there and do what he does. It's expensive. I know that for a fact because I do it.
I think the GoFundMe, Dolly, is for his search to go for Aiden. He has been looking for this child ever since the child went missing. He had a conversation and phone call with the mom the other night.
I don't know the Aiden case.
What
is going on with the Aiden case? Inform me. I may have to watch his video on it. Yeah, because I don't know.
He went. He's a little boy. I honestly can't remember with everything going on with all the stupid stuff with Sebastian, because I've been obsessed with that case too. I want to say he was maybe 3 or 4. He could have been a little older. I could be wrong. Sorry if I am, Kat. He went missing, and they are out in the desert. I want to say it's maybe between California and Nevada. And again, chat, if you guys know and I'm wrong, I apologize. He went out last year, I want to say, or a year and a half ago, and they were out searching. He had a team. He had some people with him, and they found his shoes. One shoe was in one location and another shoe was in another location. And you could hear in his voice, he was very concerned, like, oh man, are we going to find his body close to here?
Okay.
They've never found
Somebody's
him.
saying he's a teenager.
They've never found him. Okay, then I'm wrong and I'm sorry.
Okay.
But they haven't found him, and I think it's a case that he's just been, he wants to find him. He's got a very good rating of finding, people when he goes searching, and he did Gabby Petito and numerous other ones, and I think he just wants to continue to try and find this young man.
Okay, well, that's awesome of
But-
him then. I mean, if he takes his time and he gets up and
Yeah.
goes from that desk, shout out to that dude for doing that.
You and Silver's on the scene and Mob Crew. I mean, there's not very many that go out and actually.
Yeah, I say the
boots on the
same
ground.
thing. I hope there's more people that do it. Like when I look around, I want
I
to
do
see him.
too.
I want to see him in the bushes now. I see JLR all the time. Okay.
Yeah, he's
It-
out. He does. Yeah, he does.
He's
stuff.
hard to outrun. JLR is fucking everywhere. Okay, so
Oh my
I
God,
expect
I know.
when I go places, I expect to see him. I don't, I'm like, yeah, JLR be here. Certain case, some places I go, I know he's not going to be, but there's some places I'd be
Right.
like, I wouldn't be surprised if JLR pops up.
Right. But he's got a good heart. I don't think that what is being said that he's doing, I just don't. I know from watching him. I watch you. You don't do that. I don't think he's doing that. So I don't know if. I mean, I don't.
Well, I don't see
ironically
nothing wrong with him selling his own videos, but if he's selling videos of just Sebastian, like the Texas Roadhouse, so he probably should take
No.
that down,
Because I can say right now, no, Dolly. He's got people that he has sources with about this case. He doesn't say anything unless he's able to. He keeps it very close to his vest. He doesn't say anything because all he truly wants to do is find a missing person, whether it be an adult or a child.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Well,
I
respect to
know
him then.
that's your thoughts and feelings too. I believe that's the same thoughts with Silver's on the scene and his wife and Car Guy and his
Who's
wife.
Car Guy? I've never
They-
heard of him.
Car Guy is I believe he lives in Tennessee
Uh-huh.
and he's gotten together with Silver's on the scene and they've done some videos where they've gone out searching for Sebastian and they kind of, I don't know, probably maybe within the 6-7 months maybe they've been working together. They've done a couple of videos where they've gone out and actually done boots on the ground together.
Yeah. Okay.
They went to
I
Drake's
have to check him
Creek
out.
and
I have to check him out.
yeah. They went out to the last search I believe Silvers did with Car Guy and his wife. They went to Drake's Creek after the water resided, and they went to go look in there was a car there, and something was telling Silvers and Michael, that's his name, to just check it out. And
I haven't seen much of Silver. I think I've seen one video of Silver on the scene. I haven't seen a lot of his stuff either.
Yeah, he's done a few. And
But I
he's
know he
posted them
searches. A
when-
lot of people tell me he's out there searching, digging holes. Some people pick on him,
does.
but listen, there's a lot of people that don't do nothing. They get up here
Oh my God, thank you.
and don't do shit. So if you're out there looking,
Exactly.
some people make it like, oh, like he ain't doing shit, but you ain't doing nothing either, but talking about the person that's doing
Exactly.
something. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, sitting behind a computer talking about a case. Well, did you go out and go look for him?
There should
Just
be a
go
rule.
check anything
There
out?
should be a rule
No,
in
they
true
don't.
crime. If you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. Right.
The walk.
And everybody don't.
Amen.
There is people up here who do talk the talk and walk the walk, but there's a lot of people up here that just sit up here and talk.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the
Exactly.
people walking the walk, like Terry Lynn. Thank God for people like her.
Oh,
Some people
yeah.
she searched every parking lot. Well, did you search the parking lot? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's sitting in her car. What did you go out there and sit in your car? Right. So I
Yeah.
don't care what they say because they're not the ones doing it. It's easy to criticize
Exactly.
somebody when you ain't doing shit. I hate
Yeah.
it because people be like,
Easy to
all
do
he's
that.
doing is on vacation. Right? Like,
Yep.
let me tell you this. If I wanted to spend my vacation, it wouldn't be in the fucking hollers of Tennessee. It'd be on a beach somewhere sipping a margarita.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
but people that say things like that, it drives me crazy. I'm like, listen, I got you. What do you think? I don't have a life? You don't think there's better things I could be doing than getting ate up by fucking mosquitoes?
Yeah.
So it takes sacrifice and it takes dedication and it's a lot of hard work. So I respect the people that get out there and actually fucking
Yeah.
touch grass.
Yeah. I agree.
All right. Well, hey.
And I appreciate what you guys do, and I'm glad to hear you're going to go to the Karen Reed
Yeah,
case.
we'll be at
and,
Karen Reed next. That's the next one. Oh my God. Surviving.
know.
I'm going to title it
You know-
Surviving the Cult. I don't know what other people are going to title their videos, but to me, that's
You know
what it
I wanna
is.
do? Oh my God. So, Lori Vallow, she's representing herself here
Yes.
in Phoenix down in
Yes.
court. I so want to go down
Go
and sit
down.
in court and just watch it.
I'm telling you,
I was telling
it's a different vibe when you're there. It's real. It
Yeah.
becomes, a lot of this stuff people watch on the internet, and it's like a TV show to them. But
Yeah.
when you're there, it ain't a TV show no
it's
more.
totally
It's
different.
real life then,
Mhm.
and you get to feel it.
Mhm. Yeah.
So that's why I do it.
But I would like to try and do that one day next week if I can. I think it'd be interesting.
Okay. All right. Well, look, you be good. I appreciate you calling.
You too. I hope you and PJ feel better because that stuff is nasty.
Yeah. I'm feeling a little bit better than every day. I feel a little tiny bit better. Not great.
sound
Yeah, I
better
don't.
than
I
you
don't
did the other
feel
night.
great. I still got a little bit of scratchiness in the back of my throat, but
Yeah.
a little bit, tiny bit of a headache here and there. But all in all, I feel like I'm getting better. So
That's good.
all right,
And have fun horseback riding tomorrow. You're gonna love it. It's cool.
all right, peace.
And don't be afraid of the horse.
All right. I'm going to try not to. Dolly.
Dolly,
Yes.
Katie from Tennessee.
What up, Katie?
What about Sebastian Rders? This is about I don't know what kind of case to call it.
Uh-huh.
But it is sad that people do that. They sell things of missing kids.
Well, I mean, it depends what you're selling. Like Plunder sells things, right? Everybody loves Plunder. You ask people true crime channel, they'd be like, Plunder, Grizzly's a good one, and people will refer to her as a really good true crime channel. And she sells things. I buy things from Plunder, right? Off her stuff, but she's paying to get these things. Thousands of dollars to get them, and then she's letting other YouTubers get them for like $5 after she puts it out. So she's passing the story on, kind of, is the way I look at it. Some people can look at it the same way that we're looking right now at the mob crew selling that video. What's the difference of her selling a video and him selling a video? You can look at it like that, selective outrage, maybe, but I don't think he should be selling videos of like the Texas Roadhouse unless he's talking over it and he's giving his input on it. Then yes, of course you can sell your thoughts if you want to. You can market your thoughts and sell them, bottle it up, bottle your thoughts and sell it. But don't sell just public videos of the kid. That's what it's like. It's a little strange.
I'm just so ready for this kid to get home and justice be served to whoever it is.
Yeah.
Whoever did something to that little boy. Well, I call him a little boy.
Well, he is a little boy.
Man,
He's a young man, little boy is it's the same. He's a kid to me, no matter what.
Whatever happened to that kid, somebody needs to pay for. Whoever did it.
Yes.
I went back and watched the video of the vigil that Seth had.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck he was doing or what he was saying.
That was a little bizarre.
But it was not what I would call for Sebastian.
I think it was a little
I
vengeful.
think it was-
I mean, his anger has gotten the best of him. And one thing you don't want to do is let anger get the best of you.
And it's okay to be angry.
Yeah.
It's okay to be angry.
I agree.
He needs to get angry and go out there and tell people, hey, look for my son. I'm coming to help you.
Yeah.
I
agree. I wish he would do that. I think I'd be a little more Team Seth if he was a little more proactive.
Even Chris and Katie,
I wish they would be a little more proactive too.
And just find this boy. It is it's been 14, 15 months now.
Yes.
It's time for something. And I don't know. I get confused because sometimes I think the police know more than what they're saying, and then there's sometimes I think that they don't have anything either.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the police have anything
So-
either. If they did, somebody would be in jail. I believe we're basically at the same place we were 15 months ago, and it is what it is. And
I would like to know some of what they think, to get in their head and really
yeah, but I mean, you and
wonder
everybody else,
if they have an idea.
Yeah, if you could be the fly on the wall, I mean,
Yes, to hear what they talk about.
Well, I'm sure they have their suspicions of people like everybody else, but suspicion ain't enough. You got to be able to prove your suspicions. Like I got suspicions, but I can't prove any of them. So
right.
And at that point, you go, okay, well, we got to keep all options open. What if I'm wrong? And
Yeah.
I always keep that in the back of my mind. Well, what if I'm wrong about this? I'm not always right, just 99.9% of the time. There's always that little chance I could be wrong.
I can't tell you how many times I cry over this young man.
Yeah, well,
because it's so sad.
It's definitely sad. It's definitely a situation that's not getting any better anytime soon, I don't think. And I think in this one is prepare yourself for the long haul. And
Summer Wells is one of the sad ones.
Summer Wells breaks my heart. I mean, it's
3 years and nobody knows nothing.
I mean, I think we know. We can't prove it. I think we know. And the difference is, I think whatever happened to Summer Wells was a tragic accident. I've always thought that. I don't think Don and Candace killed Summer Wells. I've never thought that, not for 1 minute, ever. I've never thought that. And I've sat with Don and Candace Wells. They're not the monsters people think they are. Did they cover up a crime? I think they could. But are they monsters that are going to purposely kill their kid? I don't think so. I honestly don't.
I mean, Monkey Michael Vaughn.
I pray to God.
I went back and redid.
I think everybody knows. Everything. I think everybody knows what happened in that case too. It's just one of those ones that are hard to prove. And
where's the baby though? Where's the?
I hate to
where's
say
he
it.
at?
I think that baby's in a landfill. I don't think he never made it to that backyard. I think when they pulled that truck over at the landfill to check the straps, they disposed of Michael Monkey Vaughn's body. And he was at allegedly at Brandon's house, and then they left Brandon's house and they stopped on the side of the road to check those straps. And I don't know if you caught the interview when I talked to Big Fat Nasty Ass. He said something about they stopped by a landfill. Just coincidental, they stopped at a landfill. And why does it always seem like these kids end up in a landfill?
I watched the mama.
When he said it, it gave me chills.
When she was talking to the guy that they suspect. And all she could do was cry for her baby.
It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking.
I cried with her, and I was like,
you can't help but to cry with her. You get around Brandy, you'll cry. Like, just get around her. I couldn't even talk to her because I was starting to cry. Like, I was just like, you feel her pain. Like, it's unreal. And she has the nicest family. I sat with all of them, talked with all of them. They're the sweetest people, and tragedy struck their family. And
I mean, and to hear her over and over, where's my son? Where's my son?
I just pray to God there's justice while Brandy's here with us. That she gets these answers for her child. Hey, but look, I appreciate you calling in.
Thank you, Dolly. Peace.
All right, peace. And speaking of tragedies, guys, something terrible took place here today, here in Virginia. Right down the street from where I'm at, a young lady, teenage girl, below 18, jumped off a bridge onto the interstate and unalived herself today. Terrible traffic, of course, because, there's that type of accident on the interstate. And could you imagine driving down the road and from the sky falls a young girl? She lost her life today. Prayers to her family and to her loved ones. Like, listen, guys, if anybody's going through stuff like that, you never know, young or old, reach out for help. There's people out there that love you. There's people that'll listen to you. You know, you may think there's nobody and nobody cares, but that's where you're wrong. There's a lot of people that care, even that don't know you, right? And it was horrible to hear about that today. And there's also a dude missing that I know. He's having some psychiatric problems. I know his family. And there's a lot of flyers going around about him missing here today. Hopefully he has some drug problems and things like that. Maybe he's out doing drugs. I don't know, but he's missing. There's a lot of crazy stuff coming out from here in Virginia today. And, but to see something like that of a young kid, you know, like, I mean, I don't know the reasons they haven't came out yet of why this young girl would jump off a bridge onto the interstate. I just couldn't imagine being a driver and no, she didn't survive. And she did this during rush hour traffic. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
I went to, I don't know if you know this, but Sean Stogsville is missing.
Okay, who is this?
My name's Susan.
How do you know who Sean Stogsdale is?
Because I'm from the area.
Oh, are you? Okay, I know his family. Yeah, I was just saying something about that. That's who I was talking about, Sean Stogsdale.
Oh,
Shane and
no,
Sean,
I
the
didn't.
twins.
Yes, Shane. Yep.
Yeah, I've known his family for years.
I know Ralph and, you know, all of them. I went to school with Danny.
Did you? Danny Whitaker? Or Danny Stogsdale?
Stogsdale.
Okay.
Danny
all right, yeah, they all hang out together.
Yep, I do. So I didn't know if, like, there was a way that maybe you could try to bring attention to him being missing or...
Yeah, I was going to see where it went because I heard he was last seen at Chesapeake General Hospital. And they said he was okay at the hospital, but his family said he was going through some psych stuff that they were about to admit him into the hospital. And me and my daughter were talking about this just earlier before I came live, me and Tiffany, because Tiffany, my daughter, posted something about it. That's how I knew, is because, so, and Tiffany, of course, knows their whole family, and I hope he's okay.
Me too. Yeah, me too. I've known them, you know, like I said, me and Danny, we I graduated in '99 from Smith, so like it's a big deal.
You graduated
for that,
Oscar Smith in '99.
I did.
Oh, okay,
I did.
all right.
Yeah.
Old Smith.
Oh no! Because the Old Smith, I went to middle school in the Old Smith.
Did you? Oh, okay.
So,
okay. I went to the Old Smith for summer school. I went to River for high school, and then summer school I went to Oscar Smith.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, like I'm sure we know each other along the way.
I was kind of surprised to hear somebody call in with Alice State area code and know who the Stogsdales are.
Yeah.
So.
No. I'm from 757, so
okay. They're a wild pack.
I'm not there now, but you know,
they're a little bit of a wild pack of people. But did you know Ralph?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, actually, my mom used to live next door to Ralph and Christy. Which they have like kids together and over on Holt Street.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like I said, I go way back to teenage years.
Yeah.
So, hopefully everything's okay, and whatever mental problems he's going through, they get some help for him.
Yeah, seriously. Like I pray that, but I just wanted to know, like, if there was some way that you could, like.
It was Sean. Wait, it's Shane and Sean. Sean is the one that broke his back. One of them broke their back, right? Was it a car wreck or something and broke his back? I'm trying to remember which one of them it was. I can't remember if it was Shane or Sean. I think it was Sean.
Well, the thing I know, Danny actually And when I was in high school with him, he broke his
Oh, it
back.
might be Danny I'm thinking about then. Okay, it might be
Yeah,
Danny.
he was in a wheelchair for a hot minute.
Yeah,
And now
okay.
he's a pastor, and yeah.
Okay, maybe that's who I'm thinking about then. Because I used to hang out with him a lot way back in the day.
Yeah.
So hopefully, their family they find them, and So yeah,
Yeah, I hope
I'll
so.
share some stuff on my local stuff because I don't got a lot of 757 viewers here. So
Oh, really?
I
That's
mean, you
shocking
think I
to me.
would, but I don't. A lot of my
Yeah, I would
viewers are
think
from
you would.
Tennessee and all over the country and the world. I mean, every
Yeah.
now and then somebody will come in and say they're from the 757.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Okay, so we
But
know a lot of the same
okay,
people then.
we do. Amy Williams, also.
Amy, you know Amy?
Yeah, I do.
That's who I went
I
to the
know
prom
Amy.
with in high school. Amy Williams. Me and Amy Williams dated for years, all the way up until she went to
Yeah.
college. Yeah,
Wow. Yeah.
that's how small the world
Yep.
is. Okay, so yeah.
Such a small world. Yeah, for sure.
Uh,
For sure.
all right. Well, it's good talking to
Yeah.
you.
You too. You too.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Peace.
Bye-bye.
Well, yeah, she knew the girl I went to the damn prom with. Okay, some of them names she was throwing. Turtle Gang says I love Amy. Yeah, I ain't seen Amy in like I don't know. It's been a couple years. We occasionally say hi to each other. We're still cool. But yeah, she knew a lot of the same damn people I knew growing up. So yeah, that young man's missing here, right? He apparently has some with him. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Rose.
Hey, thanks for recognizing me.
Not a problem.
Jimmy, I'm playing. But not really. This sad story that you just spoke of with the girl.
Oh, jumping off the bridge today? Yeah, that's terrible.
You just never know what's going on in another person's mind. We can suspect and we can toss it around, but in the end, and it's so sad that a person has to feel so alone. On my Facebook page, I always try to send encouraging messages, even to you and PJ on your DM or PM, whatever. But the thing is so sad because, sometimes those young teenagers, they want to die only because they want out of their hurt and their pain.
Yeah, I mean,
But what they don't,
I don't know the reason she did it, if even if it was an accident, but she jumped off a
usually
bridge,
people,
or she ended up off a bridge.
people who want to unalive themselves do it because they want out of this pain, the circle of pain and confusion that they're in, and that's what I'd like to help with. If I could help with anything, is to help people understand that you don't come back.
Oh no.
You unalive yourself, and a lot of these young people don't realize that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're Buddhist, then you believe in reincarnation.
Well, but Jimmy, that's on a whole different level of conversation.
I know.
Yeah. I'm just saying, sometimes that people think I'm going to do this and I'll just get rid of my pain and I'll be here, and it's no. Gone is gone, And I remember when I was 13 years old, I tried to unalive myself.
Oh, well, that ain't good.
Well,
I'm glad you're still here with us, Rose.
Well, you know what? I took back then they had.
Well, we don't need naming stuff. Don't shh.
I'm not. But all I can say, it was like a blood thinner kind of aspirin thing.
Okay. Well,
and
too much
here's what's
information.
creepy.
Here's too much
And
information.
I learned this when I worked in the dental office. Some people think they can take a whole bottle of like Tylenol.
Okay.
It'll kill your liver.
Rose. Come on. We don't talk about that type of stuff here. That just skip
Okay,
over that.
I'm sorry.
Over that whole thing.
I'm sorry. I get it. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to say that it
depression's real.
careful.
Depression's real. If you seek help, I got you, Rose. We'll skip that whole part. We'll just get to the point of what you're saying.
Somebody just said Rose ate rat poison, I guess.
No, you did not. All right, Rose. Let me continue what I'm doing. You be good. Watch the show. Enjoy it. Until next time. Peace. Okay. All right. Rose didn't eat rat poison. Okay. Rose didn't eat rat poison. But we don't want to be naming medicines. I don't want to talk about people, what you may have done in your previous life. We're not here for that. We're sticking to straight true crime. This ain't the damn prevention channel. Okay, this ain't the prevention channel. We're just saying it's sad these things happen. Reach out, get some help. All right, we'll leave it at that. Now, okay, now with that done, so yeah, what a small world, right? I mean, that person called in, wouldn't even have a Virginia area code and knew everybody around me. She apparently knows if she went to that school. I'm not too far from that school, so maybe that's how come we knew all the same people, right? And prayers to that dude's family that they find their loved one. And like I said, he had some mental health issues, maybe some drug issues, and hopefully he turns up. If not, you'll see me posting more about him on my local stuff, to find Shane Stogsdale. So if you want to look him up, you're more than welcome to look him up. If you're from the 757, I don't have a picture handy of him. So he has a twin brother and he's missing, and his family's worried. His family's worried about him. So, but right now there's no signs that he's hurt or anything like that. He had showed up at the local hospital, and then from there he's missing. Okay. So at some point he did go try to get some help, and I guess from what I'm hearing is they turned him away. So hopefully they work that out. And if not, I'll have more on it as it kind of develops. And if it comes down to it, Dolly go look for the guy. Right. Hopefully that ain't the case. So I've just been given that time. Me and my daughter have been behind the scenes talking about that one, because that is very close to home. Like these people are in my neighborhood, right? They're in my area. And I don't think nothing bad has happened. Right. I truly don't. I just think that he's somewhere with somebody and he's going to pop up. So that's what I hope. If it's one of those cases that he don't, then I will go search in this area to see if he can be found. And let's just pray that ain't the case. Okay. Let's just pray that ain't the case. So I want to jump a little bit into the Richard Allen stuff. Okay. Because it's getting late. I've been here with y'all guys 3.5 hours. So let's jump over to this video. And this is the Richard Allen interrogation. This is Richard Allen interrogation video on October 13th, 2021, part 1. Okay. Let me share this with y'all. Bam. Bam.
Okay, great. So, see you later, Richard. Thank you. I don't know if I gave you one of my cards. There it is. I give it. I think you did. I probably set it down. Right there you are. Good. So, the reason we wanted to talk to you is about the Abby Libby case. Okay. And appreciate your time in doing that. And as a formality, before we talk to anybody about these things, I want to make sure you understand you're not under arrest or anything like that, okay? And the door here is open. You can leave at any time you want. I'll be glad to give you a ride back or whatever. So, but we need to make sure that we go cover a formality here. And I'm going to get to the page here where it's at. This is a Miranda warning. So before we ask any questions, you need to understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask any questions and have it with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we'll be appointed for you before you question if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering any time. You also have the right to stop answering any time you talk to a lawyer. Now, like I said, you're not under arrest. So we just want to make sure you understand those rights. Down here at the bottom it says, I read the statement of our rights and understand our rights. I do not want a lawyer at this time. and I understand what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. If you'd be willing to talk with us, or just if you understand your rights, we just need your signature there. We charge that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this is a formality we take care of whenever we talk to anyone.
We're just going back to the beginning of the case, and we know you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. We just want to figure out what you saw when you were out there before.
Great, wonderful. Okay. Now, Tony brought up something that you had done when initially you had talked to Lieutenant Doolin. And according to Lieutenant Doolin, the information he got to you from you was that you were on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30. Does it make any sense? Okay. And that you had parked at the old Farm Bureau building. I think that may have been the old welfare office out there. Well, and while at the Freedom Bridge, you saw 3 females and noted that one was taller and had black or brown long hair. This is basically what he had written down. Okay. And maybe even got some information about your phone or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So now you understand everything, so I want to make sure that we just kind of get some information from you, and we get started here off the bat with...
Okay, if you're not familiar with this case, this is the Delphi murder case. The person you're watching is Richard Allen. Now, he has been convicted of killing Abby and Libby, okay? They were found near a train trestle in Delphi, Indiana, and there's a video that surfaced of a man crossing the bridge. They call him the bridge guy. He walks up to the girls. He says, "Down the hill." Okay, then, shortly after that, their bodies were found. Their necks were cut. Richard Allen confessed that he was on the bridge that day in the beginning. He said he was out there just walking around. But he said he had nothing to do with the deaths of Abby and Libby, that he never seen the girls, and blah, 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 blah. Then they arrest him for the murders of it. They put him in solitary confinement. He starts losing his mind, and he starts confessing to the crimes of killing Abby and Libby. A lot of people don't believe the confessions are true. Like me, I believe he was under distress when he confessed. And there's other suspects out there that I think there's more against than there is against Richard Allen. Keegan Kline, he led the girls to the bridge. Okay, it's another man. He's in jail right now for 30 years for child P. And he was catfishing these young ladies for pictures, and he went by the name Anthony Schatz online. They found out that Anthony Schatz was really Keegan Kline catfishing these girls. So Anthony Schatz led Abby and Libby to this bridge because they wanted to meet him because he was like a good looking dude. Okay. But really he was a fat slob. That's why you can't trust people on the internet, guys. Right. And this even goes into the Sebastian Rders case. What if Sebastian was talking to somebody online and he thought they were a kid and they're like, "Come on, hang out, come on out, sneak out the house." And then when they got out, it's a grown ass man and they snatched the kid up. Right. Some people say Richard Allen is the bridge guy. Justice Jane says, I don't believe Richard Allen is the bridge guy. But listen, we're not going to argue about that. You have the right to your opinion, right? And just like me, it's just my opinion. I'm not positive. You could be right, Justice Jane, and I could be wrong. I don't know. It's like that. It's one of those things where I don't know. But there was more people that had motive to hurt Abby and Libby than Richard Allen, a guy that had no clue they were going to be there. He just happened to be in the same spot as they were at the same time. What's the chances of somebody catfishing you to a location and then somebody else killing you? I mean, that's like being struck by lightning twice, right? It's like not only dealing with one bad person, but you're dealing with two bad people. Richard Allen, Keegan Kline has admitted that he is Anthony Schatz and that he was talking to Abby and Libby. He's admitted this. Right? This guy says, "Hey, I've never talked to him. I've never seen him. He didn't know how they were murdered." And I think that is why so many people are saying, "Hey, we don't think Richard Allen did this. We think Richard Allen has mental health issues and he would confess to to fucking chopping up squirrels if you told him he chopped up squirrels, right? He would confess to anything. I respectfully disagree, Dolly. He put himself there that day. Yeah, but like I said, I used this as an example last night. I've been in a place where a murder has transpired, me, myself. I had nothing to do with it. I just happened to be there. Okay, I didn't hurt anybody, didn't do anything, didn't even know the two people. One dude pulled out a knife, stabbed the other guy right in front of me, directly in front of me. And I watched this guy die. I had nothing to do with it. I got scared. I ran. That's what I did. I was a kid. I was probably 15, maybe 14, 15 years old at a party. And a guy pulled out a knife and stabbed a guy right in front of me. I was sitting on the couch. I remember my buddy, I was with this dude named Vaughn. And me and him jumped on our bikes. That's how young we were. We were on bikes. And we took the hell off. I mean, we came back after the police were there and, they were covering them up with a sheet and things like that. But just because I was there, just because you're there, don't mean you had anything to do with it. Sometimes you're at the wrong place at the wrong time. And that is one of those times. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. The reason I ran is I didn't know these people. You just stabbed a dude in front of me. You know what I'm saying? I went there as a party, and my buddy Vaughn knew some of the people that were there, but I didn't. So I don't know if you're going to stab everybody there or what you going to do, right? I just know I'm not sticking around for this shit. I had nothing to do with it. Now, if you would have been like, you seen somebody on the ground dead, you see me running, you would think, hey, this dude has something to do with this. Why is he running? But I was a kid. I ran out of fear. And they arrested the dude that stabbed him. He didn't run. He didn't take off at all. He stayed there. I got the hell up out of Dodge. But what I'm saying is what if people would have blamed me and you ran, and I just happened to be there? That don't mean I did it. That just means I ran because I was scared. I'm not sticking around while you stabbing people to death, right? And I couldn't run instantly because he did it at the doorway of the house. So the dude with a knife is at the doorway inside the house. Matter of fact, what I didn't know is the guy that stabbed the guy, it was his house that I was in. Okay, but I didn't know these people. They were just having a party, and me and my buddy went there. And then a fight broke out. And he stabbed the guy, and and then as soon as he got away from the door and he went in the kitchen, me and Vaughn jumped up and ran. We were galled, right? We were like, oh, I'm up out of here. So, I mean, it happens. It happens.
Today's date, which is Thursday. And today is 10/13 of 22. What time do you have, Tony?
11:45.
Okay, 10:45. And your full name is?
Richard.
H-A-R-D.
Matthew. Allen.
That's A-L-L-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how old are you now?
50 years old.
Okay. Your date of birth?
99/72.
Okay, great. Could I ask you to write down the right number where the X is at right there?
I'm in the 50-year-old club this year.
I'm beyond that, actually. So.
Just turned. No.
Sorry. Hard to believe. And do you know your driver's license number off the top of your head?
No.
Don't worry about it. The home address, I didn't get it when I was out there. What is it?
Okay, some of this is redacted.
Okay. And a phone number you can be contacted at.
Would you have a water?
I got one right here, John.
Oh, okay, sir. I'll be right back.
And do you have any of their cell phone numbers that you can be contacted by?
I got my wife's number.
Okay, what is her phone number?
Okay. So, I mean, he does not just have, like I've seen a lot of interrogation videos. He don't, one thing we notice in a lot of interrogation videos,
Never
people with their arms crossed,
I know exactly what you're
defensive
talking
posture,
about. Yeah.
and he just don't
how
have
long do you
that.
have that phone number that your unsolved number?
I believe I got it when I worked at Indy, so it would have been prior to 2006. Okay, because it's an Indy number.
Okay. Okay. So, let's see. And can I ask what kind of phone do you have?
It's an Android, a Google.
Okay. Yeah. What's your email address?
Maybe you should revisit that
Do you
whole.
have any other email addresses? I got a couple myself, so I asked.
Yeah, I've got, I don't use it very often.
I just don't think the guy's guilty. I mean, he just don't have that demeanor. Like, unless I'm wrong.
And I had one at Yahoo at some point too, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, great. What kind of social media do you do applications do you use, like Facebook? Not at all? Do you have a Facebook account?
Oh, my wife does. I don't.
Sounds so familiar. Okay. And does she post often? Things like
She's,
on there all the time?
and she does.
Okay, all right. So what is your marital status?
Married.
Married, okay. And have you been married before?
No.
Okay. Number of children, we were talking about your kids, your daughter.
Well, I don't know what body experts would disagree with me, but they're not very good body language experts, because I've watched every season of the next 48 hours, and I can usually tell you who's guilty by their demeanor when they come and sit down in an interrogation room. Usually all of them have their arms crossed, right? They'll all be looking down. They'll all be like putting their shirt up like this and shit. All of them. Everybody. Now, you don't believe me, go put on the next 48 tonight and watch. And they're guilty on the next 48, right? Because the time they get to that interview room, there's a reason they're there is because they're guilty. He's showing no signs of what am I looking for here? Deception. He's not in a defensive posture. He's showing no signs of him being on the defense, unless he's really just good at the offense, but he is at no point does he seem defensive and distress. None of that. He just don't. Like, and I ain't no body language expert, but apparently I'm better than the experts, because they are wrong about that. I mean, if he did do it, then they're right. But I mean, I just don't see it, guys. I truly don't. Like, he just does not look too stressed out about it at all. Like, no defensive posture, no defensive actions. Don't seem nervous. Seems pretty nonchalant. Seems pretty forthcoming in his answers. Not until after he gets locked up and starts confessing to things after he's been drugged on depressant medicines and shit does he confess. I have a hard time with it. I have a really, really hard time with it. Now, listen, I could be wrong, and he could be the killer, right? I do say, I don't know why he's out there saying, I think I did it, but he should have never said that. I would be nervous. Cops scare me. I know they make me nervous too. I had a cop pull me over one time, and he was like, "Why are you shaking?" And I was like, "Because you make me nervous." And I always shake. I'm a shaky ass person. What do you mean? Why am I shaking? And then he just pulled me out of the car and searched my whole damn car and didn't find nothing. But I think he thought I was hiding something because I seemed nervous. And I just naturally nervous. I don't trust the police. You know, I'm one of those, I ain't one of those defund the police kind of people. I'm just sketchy of you. I don't know, you know. So police always make me nervous. Even when I can be perfectly legal with a driver's license, insurance on the car, the inspection sticker good. And when a cop gets behind me, it still makes me nervous. I don't know. I don't know why. It just does. I ain't broke one law in the world. And I'm just thinking this dude gonna plant something on me. It just, I don't know. Cops make me nervous.
What's your name again?
Especially if you got a gun and I don't. You really make me nervous. I wish they would stop redacting all of it, but I guess right now it's names, numbers, addresses, and things like that.
Okay. And how? Okay. And what's your last name now?
You two, you never committed a crime. He still makes you nervous.
Grandkids?
No.
Oh, okay. And what's your husband's name? Is he from around here?
He's originally from the Philippines.
Oh, okay.
But lived in Canada, and he's been here, well, shortly before they got married, so around 16, maybe 15, 16,
okay.
I don't know. They got married in 17.
What's his name? Okay, all right. So, but he lived here for a while. So I never assumes of Pantas being around here.
No, not around here.
Not around here?
No.
Maybe somebody else?
She was already up in Napa when she met him.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right, graduated from high school where at?
North Miami.
What year?
91.
91.
And any other vocational training, college classes?
Went to Ivy Tech, like a couple semesters.
What'd you study there?
Accounting.
Okay. Any other vocational training or? Okay.
Well, I was in the military, but...
Oh, okay. That's a question coming up here. Were you involved in any fraternal organizations, clubs, or athletics, or anything like that in school?
I did some track here and there. I did football for like a year, but nothing serious.
Okay. Any clubs or National Honor Society or something like that?
Oh, no.
Sorry. Military service, so what branch?
National Guard, Army National Guard.
And what was highest rank achieved?
E5. Sergeant.
Okay, mostly around here? Or
no, it was in, I was born and raised, well, not born, but I lived in Mexico most of my life.
Mexico, like in
Indiana.
Indiana, like in Miami.
Yeah,
okay.
You always get that. Yeah, Mexico, Puerto Denver. Yeah.
Okay, all
It was
right.
Mexico.
Yeah, okay.
But it was Peru was where I was in the National Guard at, sorry.
All right. Go to church anywhere?
No.
Have you ever?
On occasion, nothing.
Okay. Where did you usually go to? Any place around here?
I don't even know. No, not around here.
Okay. All right. Parents go to church, or did they take you to church when you were there?
No, my grandparents went to church. My parents didn't.
Oh, I see. Okay. Any criminal history? Have you been arrested for anything? Okay. Any medical problems, heart trouble, high blood pressure, psychological disorders?
He got everything.
I've got a couple stents.
Okay.
And,
how long ago was your heart attack?
It's 2010.
Okay, you were 40.
37.
37, holy cow.
Wow, that's young to have a heart attack.
And, anything else?
Depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, cholesterol.
Sounds like me.
All right.
I don't got no depression, though.
And you work
Just
in
anxiety.
So you said you've been there how many years?
Since, well, not the one here, but with CBS since 2013.
Well, I mean, most people wouldn't know that I have real bad anxiety, right? So it's hard to say. Like, I can sit there and talk like a normal person in front of 1,000 people and no anxiety, but that don't mean I don't have anxiety. It just means that I do this when I don't have anxiety, you know? So, but everything else, stent in the heart, high blood pressure, cholesterol, anxiety, just, I don't have the depression. I'm a pretty happy person. And I ain't never killed nobody.
Okay. So you worked at another CVS somewhere?
Yeah, I worked in training in Marion. I worked in Peru.
Why have so few people hit the like button? I don't know. You tell me, guys. Why ain't y'all hitting the damn like button out there? All right. Where the hell is my likes? I'm going on hour 4. How many likes we got? Let me rage quit because I can go watch Game of Thrones. I done kind of got into it. How many likes we got? If we got under 700, I'm rage quitting. Okay. If we got under 700 likes, I'm rage quitting right now. All right. Rage quit. What are we at? There's 1.2 likes, I believe. I don't think so. 12. Don't be lying to me. I see 1.2K likes. It says 1.2K. All right. Y'all better not be lying to me. I'll rage quit right this minute. All right. Hold on. Let me look. Okay. We got 1,300 likes on this video. All right. All right. I'll let y'all slide. I thought I was going to rage quit there for a minute. I was about to go in. I was about to rage. Now you guys are good then. If it got 1.2, 1.3K, that's good. Because it's been about steady 800 people in the room tonight, 900 people. So that's about right. Thank you guys. I didn't even have to say it a bunch of times. You guys are awesome. You know, big thank you guys. Big thank you. Maybe when I get more likes when I don't say it.
And then I came to Delphi. I'm thinking 16, 17, 16.
There you go. That is a good way. I'm glad you said that. Right? Everybody go refresh the stream. That is a good way to help us in the algorithm, guys, right? Because it only counts your view as 1. But if you refresh the video right now, all right? Okay, if you refresh, press 1 in the chat. I want everybody to refresh the video, just reset it, right? Or close it out and come back in, and then press 1 in the chat room. It'll boost our numbers and help us in the algorithm, okay? It just 1, there you go, you refreshed. So it gives us an extra view on the video, and it bumps us up in the algorithm because it counts you now as viewing the video twice instead of once. All right. So I used to say that a lot. Refresh the video. Just refresh it 1 time for me. It helps us, right? So when people search the videos that got plays and likes, them are the ones that they recommend to people. So it helps us. And that's a good way to help the channel, is to refresh the video every now and then. So we've been here for like 4 hours now. So thank you guys that did refresh. You will get caught with a little commercial for like 4 or 5 seconds, but it should be good. Just skip it and keep it moving. All right. I've refreshed like 4 or 5 times. Okay. Okay. You don't want your armpits to stink. You need to refresh every now and then. All right. Don't get stinky pits. Use Dolly soap and refresh the video. Okay. Refresh the video so it don't start to stink in here. So it don't start to get stagnant. You got to keep that air moving.
I've been there a while now.
But you said you've lived at your house out there since 2000, so you drive back and forth with those CVS?
Yeah, I was leading Walmart. Like I said, I spent 10 years with Walmart. I was actually a store manager at one point with
Thank
Walmart. Chose to leave the company and do something different, and interviewed with CVS, and Peru was the district manager that I interviewed, but Peru was the furthest western store that he had, or closest to me.
Okay,
so that's where I was going to be working.
We're going to skip a little forward. We don't care about none of that. Let's get to the bridge.
I went over to my mom's in Peru, Mexico, earlier in the day.
What time am I saddling up, Dolly? Thank you for your super chat. I'm going to be there at 12:30. Okay. But I don't start till 1. We go from 1 to 2. So it's an hour horseback ride. So I'll be live around 12:30ish. So I can't stay too much longer, to be honest, because I do got to get up, and I can't just go right to bed. I have to watch me at least one episode of Game of Thrones to wind down a little bit from this. So I'll probably be in bed by, I want to say 3 o'clock, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll get up about 10. So it'll give me about 7 hours sleep. And then, you know, I'll be there and I'll go live with you guys. Y'all get to see Dolly in the big cowboy outfit and hat and shit. Horseback riding. In my best cowboy voice. Okay. Yeah, I gotta wait tomorrow. Get her done.
I think my mom had hip surgery back then or something, but regardless, my wife was working, so I went over there and spent the day, not the day, I spent the morning with them. My sisters come over and they were going to go eat lunch and stuff, and I wasn't about that, so I went home, and I remember it was a fairly warm day, or warmer than normal, so I think I just put a jacket on and went back out to the trails. Usually we had when we go, we walk down to High Bridge and walk back and walk down the other side and come back. I mean, it wasn't a ritual, but I remember walking down to the bridge. The times, it was, I left my mom's, it was probably around 11:15. So I think I would have been out there, because I didn't do anything else. It would have been around noon, I thought, is when I was out there. Walked down to High Bridge. Always went out just a little ways, not all the way. Went out a little ways and watched the fish. See if I seen any fish down there, because I like fishing. And walked back and sat on the, when you turn around and go down the other fork, there's a bench that overlooks, and sat there for a few minutes and walked down the, walked back out and left.
Okay. Anything else you remember? Where was you parked your car?
Said there was, the big parking lot wasn't there at the time, right?
Oh, you mean which one?
Like where the bridge is at, there's a, I don't think it was there. So there's a, if you went over behind, there's a back road that went up, and there was a bridge, not the main bridge, there was a smaller bridge where you could park there, or you could park over on the other side. And I remember I didn't park over there where the, it's a farmer's entrance or something. I remember I didn't park there because I had told him something about, there were a couple vehicles there when I left, so I had parked somewhere, either parked over on the bridge side, or there used to be a little building there, I could have parked there. There was a trail until they got the whole thing done.
Okay. When you're talking about the bridge, just so I'm clear, you're talking about that big blue bridge, the Freedom Bridge or whatever that goes over the highway?
Well, that's the big blue bridge, but before that was there was a, if you're going out of town, you would take the road that I think is where the park is. It veers off, it winds off this way, and there's a road, the first road you come, well, I don't know if it's the first road, but there's a road that takes off to the right, and there's houses, and then it just kind of turns into a lane, and there was a small bridge up there before, I mean, I think it's still there if you were...
Like the one, okay, so you're talking about the one-lane bridge kind of that goes
It
up
would
the
have
street?
been, it wasn't used. It wasn't a bridge that was used, I guess is what I'm saying. It was just, there was a parking area up there that you could park in.
Okay.
And that's where people used, that's where quite a few people would park before they, I mean, now there's a nice parking space, but before it was either you parked there or you parked over in the farmer's thing. And I mean, at one point they had it marked that they didn't want you parking there, so it, and I know it wasn't over there because I told them something about some cars that were there, so I would have been parked up on the bridge side of things, I guess is what I'm saying.
I guess it won't happen.
So this is kind of...
So, I mean, he admits he was there, right? But you look at him, he's so nonchalant about saying he was there. He don't look nervous. He don't seem like he's worried about telling him he was there. He don't look like he was trying to hide anything. I mean, his posture, his demeanor, to me, I mean, he looks like he didn't do shit, right?
An overview of the area. So obviously this is
to
the
me.
Blue Bridge here over the Houston Heartland Highway.
Okay.
Yeah, and so yeah, can you mark on where you think you parked at? Good.
And he seems very cooperative.
Show me the Blue Bridge again.
Blue Bridge, here's the Houston Heartland Highway. Here's Main Street. The road that comes out from downtown goes out onto Heartland. And here's the Andersons. I think that's going to be their fertilizer plant. And down there's their...
So that's the Blue Bridge. I mean, it's right there. It would have been over in here somewhere probably.
Well, that's one of the parking areas. Okay, and then there used
Or it would have been, there was a old building somewhere over...
there's a, this map was taken back when the building was still there. And this is the building that was on the bridge, the trail side of the bridge.
Okay.
So down up
You
here.
went this way, I think you went down this way and like
There was
in an underpass or something?
Yep, that's right. And then there's a building right there, if you can see it.
Okay. So it would either been there or there.
Okay, all right, very good. Which way do you think you would have traveled to get to this building that particular day, if you remember?
Just that way it loops around.
Okay.
I don't know the names of the roads or anything. I mean, I can show you where I drove, but it just, on the way, the road that goes out, it's basically the same way that you get to this one, except, no, it's further up. And you go down and it like comes down and goes around somewhere and comes over on the other side.
Okay, very good, okay. Was it ever an occasion where you might have gone to the park another way? Did you go out here very often, I should ask?
Not, like, I wouldn't say often. I mean, we go out, we may go once a month, we may go twice in 1 week. I mean, it was just kind of one of those where when we felt like walking the trail, we'd go. I mean, I could say we visited it regularly. During the summer months, we didn't really go out there much in the winter. We may have gone out a time or two, but...
Right, okay. So was it ever something, was there ever a time that you guys took another path to get out there besides going around this way, or do you remember anything like that?
I mean, I think there's a way if you go past where you park the farmer's entrance that I was telling you about.
I think it's down here. There's an entrance across from a residence that's a farmhouse. Does that make any sense?
Say down the hill, Dolly.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, down the hill. To me, he doesn't talk in the same cadence or the same pitch, right? I've heard it, and PJ disagrees with me. She believes that, he sounds just like the bridge guy. To me, not so much like the bridge guy, but, the interviews we've been watching, and we, probably tomorrow, Sunday, because tomorrow I got a busy day. So I probably won't be live with you guys tomorrow. I mean, I will be during the day when I'm cowboy riding with the horse. But far as true crime tomorrow, you have the same accent, Dolly. Down the hill, girls, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm from Georgia. I got a Georgia accent mixed with a little bit of Virginia, right? I don't know. He don't sound the same to me. But listen, I only play a voice expert on YouTube, right? I couldn't be too sure. Like I wouldn't bet my life on it or nothing. But it's just his behavior. I don't have a bunch more time to go through it tonight because I'm roughly now at about 4 hours. So I'm going to get ready to wrap it up with you guys. But, Sunday we will go over more of the Richard Allen stuff, of his confession with his wife and all that stuff. Because I'm not just going to show the interviews. I'll show the parts where he does say he did it and things like that. I'm not avoiding that. We'll just work our way to that. Say it again, Dolly. Down the hill, girls. Okay. Y'all gonna have me in prison, right? Y'all have me in prison. No, I wasn't there. I was in Virginia in them years. And so I know it wasn't me. I'm innocent of that one. Don't try to put me there. With that said, guys, with that yawn, that means it is time for Dolly to go. All right. It's been awesome hanging out with you guys tonight, talking, chopping it up about different things. Call is where he sounds like the bridge guy. Call is where he sounds like the bridge guy. Okay, Abigail Rose. With 4 months, been here with us 4 months. I'll check it out Sunday. Like I said, we're just I got a busy day tomorrow, going horseback riding, going to do the crime dinner, murder mystery dinner, and then of course the fights. So I will see you guys Sunday, far as for true crime. Love late nights with Dolly. Thank you, Kelly. So be good, stay safe, and let me know in the comment box about all the things we talked about tonight, from the Karen Reed to Sebastian Rders to Delphi, what you guys think about it. And then when I wake up in the morning, of course, I will read your guys' comments. Read every single one. All right. And just remember this. If nobody else loves you, Dolly does. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 12:30, right? Eastern Standard Time. Peace.